Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the USC Shoah Foundation's Countering Anti-Semitism Lab, Dr. Brian Hughes.
Good morning. I want to thank you all for joining us, especially as we begin rather early, for what I'm sure will prove an important day for us all. But before we begin, I would ask that you all join me in a moment of silence for the two men attacked this week in London and for all victims of anti-Semitic violence. Before I begin, I want to thank the people who have made it possible for us to do this work today. Melinda Goldrich and the Goldrich Family Foundation, Julie Bronstein and the Epstein Family Foundation, Cece Chan, Ulrika and Joel Citron, Lori and Mark Fife, and Leah Fried Sedgwick. The crisis of anti-Semitism is among the greatest challenges facing American and global leadership today. How we respond will define the legacy that we leave to history. I believe that these proceedings will help to secure that legacy as one of serious-mindedness and intellectual bravery. Because the alternative would be all too easy and the consequences all too dire. If we do not approach the scourge of anti-Semitism in a spirit of problem-solving and partnership, if this fight should instead devolve into point-scoring, self-justification, and denial, the future will not be one of safe, thriving Jewish communities. It will be a future of growing hostility and violence, in which Jews are treated as political props when useful and scapegoats when convenient. I trust that today's proceedings will not only point out a better path forward, but will serve as important first steps along that path toward a better future. Today we will hear from lawmakers, policy experts, practitioners, and scholars who are already helping to move our politics and practice towards sober, effective approaches to countering anti-Semitism. First among these, I now have the pleasure to introduce USC's 13th president, Byung-Soo Kim. As president of USC, President Kim has brought a highly collaborative approach to his focus on elevating academic excellence in the classroom and studio, in our hospitals, on the playing field, and in labs such as the Shoah Foundation's Countering Anti-Semitism Laboratory. He is focused on advancing USC's national leadership in such areas as the ethical use of AI, local and corporate partnerships, and living the values of open dialogue and mutual respect. Please help me in welcoming President Kim.
Thank you, Brian. And thank you for all being here today on this really wonderful and important morning. It's truly a privilege to be here with all of you and for USC to have the opportunity to convene this really important meeting. There's no question that anti-Semitism is one of the world's greatest scourges and something that everyone, not in this room, not in this city, not one group or another group, everyone in the world needs to join together to combat and eradicate. It's so meaningful for this conversation to take place here at our Capitol campus, which was set up and intended to be a convening space for people across the nation to come together to discuss honestly and with evidence topics that impact everyone. Ours is the first university to host a bipartisan scholarly summit on anti-Semitism, and we could not think of a better place to do it than here, and not a better time to do it than right now. The USC Shoah Foundation has been collecting testimonies of Holocaust survivors for 30 years, As most of you know, it began with a gift from Steven Spielberg, who began collecting the testimonies during the filming of Schindler's List. And today, the USC Shoah Foundation has grown tremendously. It's now recognized across the globe for its collection of 57,000 eyewitness testimonies, as well as the training programs and educational programs it runs around the world, including the amazing program that Brian leads and helps support. Preserving these voices in perpetuity and sharing them with the world is one of the most profound obligations that I have as the president of the University of Southern California. It is my responsibility, but no, all of our responsibilities, to ensure that the memories of survivors of the Holocaust have a permanent home, are widely shared, and never forgotten. Earlier this month, I was privileged to join Rob and the Shoah Foundation at our USC campus in observance of Yom HaShoah, where we heard from Holocaust survivor Yetta Kane and her granddaughter and her soon-to-be great-grandchild, because her granddaughter was expecting. So we had 4 generations in the room. And Rob, you'll recall, it was quite an event. Yetta shared her firsthand account of escaping the Nazis as a child and surviving in the Siberian woods for a year and a half before her family made its way to America. It would have been incredibly understandable for her to carry those memories with her, with bitterness and regret and sadness. And what was the life lesson that she shared from these incredibly difficult childhood experiences? The life lesson that she shared with everyone in the audience a month ago at Yom HaShoah was this: be kind. Kindness. That was her message. Her testimonial and the incredible life of generosity and giving and goodness that she has carved out of her tragedy reminds us all of the power of connecting as people, sharing our experiences, discussing our beliefs and values, and working through differences. And that's what today is all about. The aim of the conference is to develop constructive approaches to countering contemporary anti-Semitism, which remains a very, very significant and serious threat that we must all join together to combat. To understand its history of anti-Semitism, how we got here, where the fight against it stands across media policy and the national and international landscapes as anti-Semitism continues to morph into different forms. And to discuss potential solutions that bridge differences, reach across divides, and embrace our shared humanity and our shared moral obligation to do something about this. I want to make something very clear that I've already discussed. Combating anti-Semitism is not an obligation for only one group of people. It's an obligation that all of us in this room, in this country, in this world, must embrace and carry forward. The Shoah Foundation is a global leader in this effort, with programs like its Countering Anti-Semitism Lab, Living Links, workshops and immersion programs, in addition to its testimony collection. We are so proud to host and support and have the Shoah Foundation interwoven into USC, which is truly a leading university in the world for its inclusive and welcoming approach to all students, including in particular Jewish students. We have one of the largest Jewish student populations of any private university in the United States. We have an incredibly robust network and partnership with Hillel and Chabad, along with Hebrew Union College across the street. 700,000 volumes are at the HUC libraries, accessible to the second largest which is the second largest Jewish library in the world. It's my priority as a university that we continue the rigorous research, scholarship, and training programs that the Shoah Foundation has developed. And again, it's our responsibility to teach current and future student leaders to recognize and respond to anti-Semitism in all of its varied forms. Today, you're going to hear from politicians, from policymakers, from scholars, an ambassador, experts in key fields, as well as voices from the community experiencing threats. We represent different backgrounds, different areas of expertise, different political persuasions, and it's never been more important for all of us to come together, to listen, to learn, and join together in this fight. Thank you for bringing your commitment, your open-mindedness, and your collaborative spirit. As one of our students who visited Auschwitz with the USC Shoah Foundation recently said, "We are all witnesses." Together, let us continue the essential work of countering ignorance and hatred with education and compassion. And now, without further ado, I would like to say a few words about the amazing leader of the Shoah Foundation at USC, Dr. Rob Williams. Rob, as you all know, is one of the world's foremost scholarly experts on anti-Semitism, its history and manifestations. He's a sought-out advisor by governmental and non-governmental organizations around the globe. He's the UNESCO Chair on Anti-Semitism and Holocaust Research, an advisor to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, where he's been the longtime chair of the Anti-Semitism Committee. He's played a leadership role in several international policy initiatives focused on the Holocaust and anti-Semitism. And Rob, I could go on for even longer, but let me just say, we are so fortunate at USC to benefit from your leadership. Rob Williams.
I did not realize I'd have walk-up music. So thank you, President Kim, for inspiring this gathering. USC's leadership on anti-Semitism and hate is frankly peerless, which is truly the major reason I joined this university a few years ago. Thank you as well to our trustees and to members of the Shoah Foundation Board who have joined us today, particularly our board chair, Melinda Goldrich, Cece Chan, Lori Fife, and Robert Katz. We had a couple people get stuck at an airport, so I had to strike through names. I wanted to make sure that I didn't say them by accident. It's also lovely to see so many friends with us. Julie Bronstein, Joel Greenberg, Marcy Greenglass, Talia Kaplan, and my good friend Ellen Germain, the U.S. Special Envoy for Holocaust Issues, runs a much needed office within our State Department. I want to begin with a claim that I think we can all agree on. Anti-Semitism is not just a Jewish problem, it's not just an historical problem, it's not just a European or Middle Eastern problem. It's now an American problem. And it's getting worse. Unless we address it as citizens and as members of this republic, it will diminish and define us in short order. Jews have lived in the United States since 1654. It's about exactly 122 years before our founding, and even longer before most Jews were emancipated in Europe. Our first Jewish community here in the States were 23 men and women who fled a war. This war happened to be between Holland and Portugal, and they wasted no time at all contributing to the New World. Osser Levy, for example, was the first Jew to serve as an armed guard of an American colony, the first to serve on a jury, and in many ways, the first to establish a proud American tradition of Jewish philanthropy that helped build our country. He even built a Lutheran church. They were Americans before America even existed. During the Revolution, Jewish Americans joined the Continental Congress and worked alongside the Continental Congress. They weren't actually a part of it, but they did join the Continental Army. And men like Mordecai Sheftall, Haim Solomon, Isaac Frank, and Francis Salvador helped build this republic. It's no surprise then that in 1790, George Washington wrote to the Hebrew congregation of Newport, Rhode Island, which at the time was one of the largest Hebrew communities in the United States, writing, quote, "This new nation will be one where the children of the stock of Abraham shall merit and enjoy the goodwill of other inhabitants, and none shall make them afraid." For most of the next century and a half, Washington's promise was largely kept. There were challenges, such as when General Ulysses S. Grant, an Ohioan, came after the Jewish community of my home state, Kentucky, and tried to remove Jews from the whole state. It was successful in Paducah, but if you've been to Paducah, it's a mixed blessing. This was an order that our finest Kentuckian, Abraham Franklin, revoked immediately. A reminder that leadership is key to stopping hate. Still, until 1915, when Leo Frank was lynched by a mob in Georgia, there was not a single recorded act of a Jewish American being killed because he or she was Jewish since 1654 until 1915. But the Frank murder did not happen in isolation. It occurred amidst the scourge of lynchings that were claiming the lives of thousands of African Americans, Native Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Italian Americans. I mention this because all our fates intersect. 9 years later, a less tolerant America pressured Congress to pass the Johnson-Reed Act, effectively barring Asians from immigrating to America and placing severe restrictions on immigration from Catholics and Jews living in Southern and Eastern Europe. The 1950s and 1960s proved to be a turning point in our country as white supremacists targeted Jews during the rise of the civil rights era. At the same time, we got our first taste of Islamist and extremism as it relates to the Jewish community. Syria's Ba'ath Party even tried to convince the CIA that Zionists had killed JFK. And simultaneously, the Soviets were beginning to foment anti-Semitism on the left, exploiting its potential as a propaganda tool by America's enemies. But the violence we see today is even more acute and deadly. This largely began in 2014 with the shooting of the Jewish community and then a retirement home in Overland Park, Kansas, followed by the 2018 massacre at the Tree of Life Synagogue, then the attacks in Poway, in Jersey City, and elsewhere, each a data point in a trend that has become impossible to ignore. Now, for a few days after October 7th, 2023, a lot of us, myself included, hoped that the horrors of the Hamas attacks might prove to be a turnabout. We were wrong. On a global scale, 2025 has been the deadliest year for Jews outside the state of Israel. Here in the United States, we witnessed an attempted arson attack on the home of Pennsylvania's governor. We saw a woman murdered in Boulder, Colorado, when a march of solidarity with hostages of the October 7th attacks was firebombed by an Egyptian national, and the murder of a young couple here in Washington, D.C. at the Capitol Jewish campus. Or Jewish Museum. These were not aberrations. They're part of a potentially worsening pattern that comes from the right, the left, and everywhere in between. This is the context in which we gather here today. Those of us in this room and those of us who will be joining us later hold a wide range of views on our politics, our society, and our culture, but we share a commitment to a better and more peaceful America. Civil disagreement can be a strength. It can be a first step to a common ground. And I'll take a scholarly prerogative and now define that common ground for all of us. First, anti-Semitism does not operate in isolation. It's more than 2,000 years old. It predates almost every other bias, with the potential exception of hatred of women. It has set the template for every hate that we try to fight in this country and in any other thriving democracy. We are never going to make headway in the fight against hate if we treat anti-Semitism as somehow separate and lesser. Second, the Jewish people cannot win this fight alone. Set aside the fact that anti-Semitism is a disease of the non-Jewish world. Jews represent 2% of the US population and globally only 0.2%. A community that small, targeted at the scale that it is, cannot shoulder this burden by itself. Anti-Semitism also threatens non-Jews. Just over the last decade, we've seen several incidents where non-Jews have become the victims of these attacks. But let's set those aside for a moment. Let's look at the years of the Second World War. Now, the Nazi leadership initiated that war in Europe in large part as an attempt to resolve what they saw as the Jewish problem. Their most heinous crimes focused on Jews, the intentional murder of approximately 6 million, even when it distracted from the war effort. So if you look at that historical record and you accept it, then you have to conclude that 40 to 50 million people died in Europe because the Nazis wanted to kill Jews. Anti-Semitism does not confine itself to its intended targets. The most virulent forms of anti-Semitism have also almost always had a political component. Mobilized in the 19th century in response to the emancipation of Jews across Central and Western Europe, deployed by the Soviets and the Tsarists alike during the Bolshevik Revolution, and then institutionalized by fascist parties, and then deployed today among extremists who variously seek the destruction of the State of Israel or to disrupt our own political culture by sowing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories online. Fortunately, abhorrence for anti-Semitism, and Senator Rosen will disabuse me of this if I'm wrong, still seems to gain genuine bipartisan agreement among our elected officials, but we cannot assume that window will always stay open. Most fundamentally, anti-Semitism is anti-American. This is not a slogan. This is a civic claim that we cannot take for granted. The republic that George Washington described was one premised on equal belonging, on the idea that no citizen would be made to feel afraid on account of who they are. This was not an aspiration, it is a foundational bargain of American democracy. And when we fail to defend it for Jews or for others, we weaken it for all. The remedy here is not censorship. I work a lot in Europe, and I can tell you it has not worked there. It is also not silence. It is the cultivation of a stronger American civic life that pushes back against hate, not because the law requires it, but because we understand what is at stake when we don't. In 1958, you can tell I'm from the South. All my examples are coming from the South. In 1958, Rabbi Jacob Rothschild of the Atlanta Hebrew Benevolent Congregation delivered a sermon, "Can This Be America?" He spoke of the wave of violence that had marked 4 years since Brown versus the Board of Education. 47 attacks in 1958 alone, 10% of which focused on Jewish communities from Charlotte to Nashville to Birmingham to Miami. Rothschild understood that violence against others and violence against Jews were not separate. And several months later, neo-Confederates detonated 50 sticks of dynamite at the front door of that synagogue. But Rothschild did not flinch. He delivered another sermon titled, "And None Shall Make Them Afraid," declaring that such acts only make brighter the flame of courage, and that by standing against anti-Semitism, Americans would, quote, "rear from the rubble of devastation a city and a land in which all are united, and none shall make them afraid." Today's not 1958, but we're not as far from it as we'd like to believe. And change does not just happen. It requires coalitions, structures, and people of goodwill who share commitment and accountability. And this, my friends, begins with dialogue. We need to leave today with a charge. Anti-Semitism and related forms of hate have outpaced our existing policy frameworks. We have data, we have documentation, but we lack a sustained, coordinated, nonpartisan mechanism for translating what we know into what we do. Developing a mechanism also requires help from civil society. It requires an organization able to organize and convene dialogue among those who possess the credibility, depth, moral authority, and commitment to move the needle. And that's our role. We at the USC Shoah Foundation have spent 3 decades bearing witness, building understanding, and refusing to let history become an abstraction. This work is more necessary than ever. We're 81 years since the end of the Holocaust, but we're all still trying to figure out how to address deadly violent hate, be it against Jews, others, and our shared self-interest. The arc of American history is not a story of survival the arc of American Jewish history is not a story of survival despite America. It's a story of survival with America, of America surviving because Jews and others who arrived on our shores, willingly or not, came to believe in our republic and its promises. Asser Levy built a church for his neighbors, Haim Solomon helped finance our troops, and Rabbi Rothschild preached from the rubble. They didn't wait for fear to pass. They didn't wait for somebody to light the flame. Their resolve needs to be ours, so that none shall make us afraid. Today, we have some of our most stalwart leaders at the legislative level joining us to share remarks. First among these is Senator Jackie Rosen from the great state of Nevada. In addition to her indefatigable, I should not have written that down, representation for Nevadans, Senator Rosen is a bipartisan champion for all Americans, particularly on the Armed Services Committee, the Foreign Relations Committee, and other key bodies that protect our country. And alongside Senator Langford of Oklahoma, Senator Rosen has led much of our work trying to address anti-Semitism here through her co-leadership of the Senate Task Force for Combating Anti-Semitism. It is my great honor to introduce her and bring her to the stage. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is good to be here. Good to see you, my friend, Congresswoman. So many friends here. I'm going to move us a little closer across the room. Really proud to be here with you today, considering everything that is going on. And so I'd like to start by thanking the USC Shoah Foundation and the Countering Anti-Semitism Lab for organizing and really bringing and hosting this important symposium. It's so critical for the work that you do every day. I'm not as tall as the other person. There you go. Let me move that up. To preserve truth, to elevate our survivor voices, and of course, always to confront hate. And I also want to recognize the extraordinary legacy behind this institution. Because when Steven Spielberg established the Shoah Foundation, he understood something deeply important. Memory is not passive. It is not passive. It is an active responsibility. Because when we preserve testimony, when we listen to survivors, when we teach their stories, when we incorporate them into what we know and our values, we are not just remembering the past, we are shaping the future. And that responsibility feels especially urgent right now. We're living through a moment when history is repeating itself with a vengeance. As everyone here knows, and everyone will say, anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of hate in this world. Throughout history, there have been inflection points where Jews were scapegoated. Jews were blamed for anything, and everything going on in the world. And it always follows the same or similar pattern. It starts out with a problem facing society. It can be economic turmoil, war, famine, the list goes on. And then this gets mixed with ignorance, intolerance, sometimes and quite often fueled by leaders. Then it moves into covert acts of anti-Semitism, like a joke, a slur, a comparison, maybe cocktail conversation. If left unchecked, these are usually turned into overt acts, like the destruction and vandalism of Jewish institutions and houses of worship, chants and verbal abuse meant to intimidate Jewish communities and so on and so forth. Each one of you can give examples in your life, in your communities, and of course throughout history and around the world. And if those are left unchecked, we know the next and final step is violence. Beating up Jewish college students, shooting congregants in a synagogue. I mean, I could spend the whole speech talking about that. Far worse. And all of these horrific patterns, well, they are emerging again. In the last decade, we've seen record-breaking after record-breaking year of the rise of anti-Semitism right here in the United States and, of course, around the world. We've seen horrendous attacks on Jewish communities at our schools, at our college campuses, Jewish-owned places of business, and even our houses of worship, our sanctuaries, our sacred and holy spaces. We've seen swastikas graffitiing on walls in dormitories, synagogues, Jewish-owned businesses, like I said. Physical assaults of Orthodox Jews in traditional dress. Chants that Jews will not replace us. Heard that not so long ago. Arson attacks, including at the home of one of the only Jewish governors in our country. And sadly and tragically, multiple deadly mass attacks. I know we all do, and we must continue to take these incidents seriously. And we have to do something. Everyone in this room knows that. I don't even have to say that. Because anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine. Because when anti-Semitism rises, it gives a permission for all other forms of hate and discrimination to rise too. And for me, this work is not abstract. It's deeply personal. As one of the only handful of Jewish women ever to serve in the United States Senate, the third, to be exact, and the first and only former synagogue president in the Senate. Yes, it was. I learned all my diplomacy there. Yes, I did. People ask me that all the time, and I will tell you it is true, and that's for another speech at a different time. But my identity as a Jewish American is just part of who I am, and it's part of how I lead. It shapes my values, it shapes my priorities, it shapes my understanding of the world and what's at stake. And sadly, the hate I've received for being Jewish has also informed my perspective and has stiffened my resolve to fight against anti-Semitism. So I'm going to share a story with you that my parents shared their whole life, particularly my mother. My parents no longer with us. But I was just a little girl, probably 2 years old. My younger brother hadn't been born. I grew up in Chicago, and my parents, I guess everyone can look it up on Wikipedia. It was probably about 1959, right? Still the 1950s. My parents must have driven down to Miami Beach to go on a vacation. It's not the Miami Beach of the big hotels or the Las Vegas of the big hotels you know today. You know, there were all the small hotels all around. And my team's here, I found some pictures as we went through my parents' pictures, found pictures of that vacation, those little black and white ones, right? And my mother brought me to the hotel pool. The funny thing about the picture is that we're all in the bathing caps. Remember the bathing caps? Anyone here is older. You couldn't go swim without the bathing caps in a public pool, even little kids. And out of nowhere, a lifeguard came up to my mother and said that she had to take me out of the pool because I was dirty. Now, it took my mother by surprise, and she said, oh, she had a bath, just like, what do you mean? She's fine. She's, thinking whatever. And the lifeguard told my mother that I was dirty because I was Jewish. Get your dirty Jewish daughter out of the pool. My mom didn't say another word. In the picture, there was a lot of women in the bathing suits and bathing caps, so she must have been visiting with others. I do know that my parents, she went and found my father. They switched hotels. And it was a story that she told my whole life over and over and over again. And it has stuck with me, and because it stayed with them. And the humiliation that my mother felt, and the ways that people feel when they're discriminated against, not just Jewish people, but discriminated for who they are, essentially for who they are or how they look, never leaves you. It becomes part of you, becomes part of your story. And for some, it's humiliation. It can be hurt. It can be shame, trying to hide. There's so many ways that we incorporate that into who we are, and even in how we fight back, or even find the strength to fight back. And so I just want to tell everyone here, and many of you know me, becoming a United States Senator allows me to take these stories and elevate them, and for all the others that have these stories in their lives, give them a permission to stand up and tell them. And if you think, even me being here, Congresswoman Manning knows this too, puts an end to the hatred or to the bigotry, well, don't look at my online feeds anytime. The answer is unequivocally no. The hate only gets worse. A few years ago, a man called my office. Well, we get calls every day. And like I said, don't look at the posts on the internet. It's not a pleasant place. He said some very vile things, threatened my life, and among other things, and I'll quote only this, he wanted to finish what Hitler started, end quote. And thanks to the swift work of law enforcement, the man is now behind bars. He is in prison, and if he thought that would intimidate me to be quiet, well, here I am today. I'm still standing. We're still standing. And we have to keep standing. And he fueled my passion to continue working across party lines in the Senate so we can eliminate anti-Jewish bigotry once and for all. You know, on the one-year anniversary of the tragic Tree of Life synagogue shooting, I joined together with my colleague, Senator James Langford, Republican from Oklahoma, asked him to join me to start the first ever Senate bipartisan task force to combat anti-Semitism. There'd been one in the House and not one in the Senate. And what began as just the two of us just 6 years ago has now grown to include more than half of the Senate, because there is a recognition from my peers on both sides of the aisle that this is an issue that we must confront together. And through this work, through our work, we've advanced bipartisan legislation. We've strengthened coordination across agencies. We've elevated the importance of combating anti-Semitism at every level of government. We've worked to secure funding to protect houses of worship and community institutions. We've pushed for stronger enforcement of civil rights protections for students. And we fought to ensure that anti-Semitism is recognized, tracked, and addressed wherever it occurs. Because one of the most powerful tools we have, and one that is central to the Shoah Foundation, is education. Ignorance fuels hate, period. But what dismantles it? Knowledge. Knowledge dismantles hate. This is why I was proud to lead the bipartisan Never Again Education Act and get it signed into law, and then successfully pushed to reauthorize it. And we passed this law to provide educators with the resources they need to teach students about the Holocaust. Not just the facts, but the human stories. And I'm glad to come back and share with you how I took my team there years later, after the money was funded and the programs were up at the Holocaust Museum, and they shared how it went from a bill to funding to programs and all out around the country. And my team got to see that it's not just words on a paper when you pass a bill, that it really does something. It was a very proud moment for me and my team to have them see that circle. So we want to talk about not just the facts, the human stories, the consequences of silence, the dangers of dehumanization. And that's why the work of this foundation is so critical. More than 62,000 testimonies, each one a voice, each one a soul, each one a heart, each one loved by so many, each one a lesson. And I'm here to say, too, each one a warning. Each one a warning. And as we honor these testimonies, we must confront the difficult truth that we are slowly losing the last generation of Holocaust survivors, and with them, the living connection to the personal stories of that history. That makes your work, our work, even more urgent, because if we fail to carry these stories forward, if we allow distortion or denial to take root, if we allow hate and anti-Semitism to just go unchecked, to just give those permission sets for people to do this over and over again, we are not just failing the past, we are failing the future. The mantle is on our shoulders now, and I am proud to be here with you to carry that. Because we know that young Americans encountering record levels of Holocaust denial, distortion on social media, among their peers, everywhere they turn. Any of you who have college-age students, grandchildren, you know what they're going through. The challenge ahead of us is steep. It's steep. So where do we go from here? This symposium is exactly about that question. And I believe there are a few guiding principles that must shape our path forward. Well, first we have to work together. In my case, that means working across the aisle, because anti-Semitism does not belong to one party, and neither can fighting it belong to one party. We must keep it as bipartisan. If we want it to last through time, we have to keep it in that way, that it's not a political football. Second, we must be comprehensive. This means addressing anti-Semitism wherever it appears, online, in schools, in public discourse, in our communities, on both sides of the aisle. Our conversations. It means recognizing and calling out both the overt and subtle forms of anti-Semitism. We all know what those are. Again, that's another speech, right? And third, we must invest in education and in research, because understanding how anti-Semitism spreads, particularly in the threat environments we have now, it's not the same world as it was 80 years ago. There's a social media landscape that connects everyone this fast, in a nanosecond. An idea, a thought, a meme, a tweet goes around the world. We have to think about how it spreads, how it evolves, and how it can be countered. And that's essential to developing effective strategies for today and for tomorrow. And finally, and I know everyone here has this, we must lead with moral clarity. There can be no uncertainty when it comes to condemning anti-Semitism. No hesitation, no excuses. No excuses. Because at its core, it's more than about public policy. Boy, do I wish you could legislate away hate. But you can't. It doesn't mean we don't try. We have to work in every area possible. That's on all of us. It's about people. It's about dignity. It's about ensuring that no child or family has to experience what my mom did. Tell that story my whole life. And that's not even some of the worst stories that other people can tell and share, right? So I think about that little curly-headed girl. She's still in here. I blow dry it most days. But I think about that little curly-headed girl at the pool that I was. That's still in there. That's still there, no matter how old you get. Still in there. I think about the world I want for her and for my daughter and for my grandchildren that I don't have yet, but I'm imagining them. And I imagine the joy of maybe taking them to a pool somewhere, and nobody saying that to maybe my curly-headed grandchildren ever again. I want them all to be told in the world that they are not less than for being Jewish. I want a world where we're not excluded from activities because of our faith. And I want a world where, well, that little girl I was and the senator I am now is safe, respected, and proud of who she is. I want that for all of us, for the children in all of us, for our parents, wherever they are with us or not, they sit on our shoulders. And for the children, the next generations we have yet to meet, I want them to feel safe and respected and proud of who they are every day. And that is the world we are all working towards, that you're helping to work towards. It's a world that requires all of us, government, educators, researchers, advocates, friends, allies, communities, partners, all of us. And I'm so proud to be here this morning. I want to thank you for your leadership, for what you do in each one of your personal lives and your communities and your professional lives. It makes a difference. Every story makes a difference. Because sometimes you tell the story, you think, is anyone listening? You might be surprised how one story you tell somewhere, someone remembers that. They hear it and hear. Maybe they retell that story. Never miss the opportunity to tell those stories. So I want to thank you for your leadership, for your partnership, for your commitment to this critical work. And together we can make sure, whether it's the memories of those we lost in the Holocaust, the memories of our ancestors, it's a very Jewish thing to tell and retell. That's how we remember. It's on us. We know that, to continue to tell the stories and have those stories go forward, because that memory is our clarity, and that memory can lead us into action. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Senator Rosen, once again for those wonderful words. We're going to take a brief coffee break. We will reconvene at 10:05, so please enjoy the coffee and the breakfast and be back at 10:05.
Well, good morning again, everybody. We truly meet here, I think, this morning at a moment of profound concern that doesn't have to be described in detail to anybody in this audience, but we're going to talk about this age of distortion we're in. And our panel members, as you see from your programs, are Representative Kathy Manning, Senior Fellow at Brown University, Dr. Jessica Wilburn-Page of Rand, and Dr. Daniel Byman, a professor at the Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. We're going to move pretty briskly this morning because we're at a schedule of about 1 hour, so we'll have a few minutes of opening remarks from each of the panelists, then we'll talk amongst ourselves here for 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll move to audience questions pretty rapidly. And I know that everyone here will have some questions that will enlighten all of us, so I look forward to that. But let me start, as I said, with a few minutes of each of our panelists talking about perhaps the way to kick this off is some of the most important points that you see that need to be dealt with on anti-Semitism in this age of distortion and what that really means for all of us. So let me start off with you, Kathy, and ask you to address some of that, and you have the microphones with you.
Good morning. Thank you. And I'm delighted to be here with you today It's frankly a daunting task that we have. I know this is an exceptionally knowledgeable group. Most of you are already deeply familiar with anti-Semitism and its rise over the past decade. So rather than repeat what you know, I thought I would add perspective from my 4 years in Congress. During my time in the House, I served on the Foreign Affairs Committee as vice-ranking member of the Middle East Subcommittee. I served on the Education and Labor Committee, and you know what we went through last term, and I chaired the House Bipartisan Task Force to combat anti-Semitism. And from each of these vantage points, the same picture emerged. First, anti-Semitism has surged dramatically in the United States and around the world. It is not confined to the left or the right. It is coming from both extremes and everywhere in between. Second, that surge is being supercharged by forces we are all grappling with, from social media, algorithms, bots, economic inequality, mass migration, cultural clashes, growing political instability, and of course, wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. Let me start with what we learned during my time chairing the House Bipartisan Task Force to combat anti-Semitism. In the very first meeting I convened, an expert from the American Jewish Committee presented survey data that stopped us cold. Many young Americans cannot define anti-Semitism. They don't know what it is. They don't know what the Holocaust was. And those who had heard of the Holocaust, 11% believed that the Jews caused it. And I'm sad to say that this ignorance is not limited to young people. It extends to people who walk the halls of Congress. When my colleagues learned that I was chairing the task force, one Democratic friend said to me quite sincerely as we were walking through the tunnels one day, "Why should anti-Semitism matter? After all Jews are wealthy." I was stunned, not really thinking how to answer that remark. I did later, but it took me a while to gather my thoughts. That same week, a Republican colleague who was walking down the aisle of the chamber to cast a vote said to me, "Can you explain anti-Semitism to me?" And I said, "Sure. It is the oldest shape-shifting conspiracy theory blaming the Jews for whatever ills a society's problems are, from the Crusades to the Inquisition." And he interrupted me and he said, "The Inquisition, I thought that was against the infidels." And I said, "Who do you think the infidels were to the Catholic king and queen of Spain?" That level of misunderstanding is among the people who are helping to write our laws today. At our second task force meeting in December of 2022, the deputy assistant directors from the FBI briefed us on the 2021 hate crimes report. And the report they brought us showed no increase in anti-Semitism, which we knew was not possible. So when I pushed on their answers, they revealed that as a result of a new policy, many major police departments simply hadn't reported their data at all. In fact, the FBI issued its national report with no data from New York City, Los Angeles, or the entire state of Florida. Now, that sounds like the beginning of a bad Jewish joke about how do you assess anti-Semitism. I haven't figured out what the punchline is yet. So we pushed them to go back and get that data. They did, and they came back, and I give them credit for that. The report they came back with showed us that anti-Semitism had increased dramatically, and that Jews, who are just 2 to 3% of the U.S. population, were targets of nearly 60% of all religiously motivated hate crimes. And this, by the way, was before October 2023. Whoops. Okay. Technology problem here. So what we did is we drafted a letter to President Biden. We asked him to convene an all-of-government task force to evaluate anti-Semitism and come up with a plan. That is exactly what he did. And in the spring of the next year, he issued the first ever national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. My team and I combed through that strategy for months. We drafted a comprehensive bill to address all of the tasks that had been put in the national strategy that were assigned to Congress. I then worked with Jackie Rosen in the Senate. She and I each negotiated probably took us 9 months to negotiate with our counterparts. And we introduced a new bill, the Countering Anti-Semitism Act. We introduced it in both houses on a bipartisan basis on the same day. It was a very comprehensive bill that really took steps to establish all the things that we needed the government to do to counter anti-Semitism. Sadly, neither one of us were able to get that bill to the House floor for a vote. The last thing I'll tell you about, since my technology has failed me, is one other effort that I made. Ambassador Deborah Lipstadt, who did such a remarkable job in her role countering and monitoring global anti-Semitism, put together global guidelines to counter anti-Semitism. And this was based on the work that she had done working with countries all around the world, and particularly with the European countries. She actually brought the leaders of the EU and a variety of European countries to meet with our task force to share with us the strategies that they had put into place in their countries to counter anti-Semitism and foster Jewish life. So she created these global guidelines, 12 very simple guidelines, and she encouraged about 40 countries have already adopted the guidelines. So I took the guidelines, I put them into a House resolution. I got my good friend, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike McCall, to introduce the bill. I had 20 co-sponsors in the House Foreign Affairs Committee. It passed unanimously in the House. We then got it brought to the House floor for a vote. It passed with, I think, 388 votes. 18 Republicans voted against it, and 3 Democrats voted against it, but it passed overwhelmingly. Those guidelines have been adopted by more countries. The resolution encouraged all of the states to adopt the guidelines. Let me close by saying I called Deborah Lipstadt last week to say, what should I be telling this group? How are things going? And she said, it's worse than you could even imagine. The current administration has taken down the national strategy that the Biden administration put up. There's a lot of talk about combating anti-Semitism, but there's nothing that's really being done. And there was a podcast that just came out last night about some anti-Semites and Holocaust deniers who have made headways in New Hampshire. She was interviewed about it, and she said, I guess the interviewer said, how are we going to eradicate anti-Semitism? And she said, there will never be an end to anti-Semitism. We just have to keep up the fight.
Okay, thank you. Jessica, let's get your thoughts on where we are in the way ahead here.
Wonderful. So just a little background. So I came into this space actually because I'm a sociologist who has done a lot of research on the experiences of African Americans in the United States, and particularly experiences with racism and discrimination and strategies for combating racism and discrimination. And so actually, I didn't realize there was so much connection between Representative Manning's comments and mine, but actually came into this space in particular because a colleague of mine, Stephen Popper, asked if I wanted to, several years ago, think about how to analyze the new U.S. strategy to combat anti-Semitism from the Biden administration in 2023. And I felt like it was a really important opportunity because I think coalition building in this space has really fallen apart. I think there is a common thread, obviously, in extremism. I have, again, spent a lot of time studying African Americans who have been impacted by persistent white supremacist ideologies and its impact on us largely and how it's worked its way into policy. And there are many overlaps between our experiences and the experiences of Jews. And so I accepted Stephen's invitation at the time to talk through this anti-Semitism strategy that had just been published, and we then published a response to it. I had no idea at that time in 2023 that we would be where we are now. It was before the October 7th attacks. It was before the war in Gaza. It was before the continued rise in anti-Semitism that we've seen. And so I thought it would be a great time to revisit that strategy because, as was pointed out, it has been taken down. And it was a great start to thinking about how we can systematically combat anti-Semitism. So I want to just talk through, some thoughts that we have about, moving the strategy forward that are more relevant than ever. So we wanted to see at the time the strategy really be pushed to think about how we're going to measure change, how we are going to, track the changes, and how we're going to make sure that people are held accountable. So we saw the strategy as a great first step. I imagined today it would still be part of our strategy. Unfortunately, it has been taken down. But again, I think this is where I think as a policy researcher, we can really use our tools to bring this back to the forefront of our national conversation and really think about, again, how we are going to bring about change and how we're going to measure that change. I think we need to, again, re-engage researchers, really make sure we are collecting systematic data in this space. We need to make sure that we are measuring anti-Semitism in a systematic way, that we are documenting the number of incidents that people are experiencing, that we are being clear about how they are impacting the well-being of people on a daily basis, how it is impacting things like employment opportunities, housing opportunities, all the things that have sort of, I think, fallen out of the discussion right now. And again, a real role for researchers in this space. And we need to then think about more clearly what works and what does not work in combating anti-Semitism. There were a lot of discussions about the need to do this, but what really are the policies that are going to lead to clear, documented reductions in the trends that we see? I also think there is, again, I'll return to where I started, a tremendous opportunity for coalition building in this space. I think it's become increasingly difficult in an era where, we are divided in discussions about foreign policy, about policies of the Israeli government, but we cannot lose sight of the fact that we are all negatively impacted when white supremacist ideologies work their way into our daily lives and our experiences and negatively impact the opportunities and experiences of people who all share the experience of being marginalized. And I actually was thinking about, as I was getting ready for this conference, when I was a student at the University of Pennsylvania my freshman year, I applied to be in a group that brought together Black and Jewish students to have conversations. And actually, I think they took a civil rights tour, but I was rejected. So this is actually maybe, a lesson, like your rejections don't necessarily determine what happens to you. But I was thinking, we need more opportunities like that, right? Like we need to continue those types of conversations across groups. When I'm in DC, I go to a church where we frequently dialogue with members of a synagogue, and there are real differences that members discuss about particularly current events, right? But the dialogue is happening, and it's happening on a regular basis. Like, we need more spaces like that where we can work through this, because I think the divisions right now are preventing serious progress in this space, and we are in a very dangerous place. And so I hope that we can have these discussions today. And returning to the original question about the age of distortion, right? We're in an era where there's a lot of denial about the seriousness and the reality of what's happening again. And so I think research and coalitions are really crucial right now. And I'll stop there.
Daniel?
Thank you, everyone, for having me today. It's a real pleasure to be on this panel with such impressive co-panelists. I want to make 3 points. The first is that if you look around the world, and my focus is often other countries, the U.S. is often seen as a source of anti-Semitism. Right? Now, part of that is the U.S., by democratic standards, has extremely permissive free speech laws. And I'm assuming no one in this room really wants to change those. But there's a kind of a range of discourse in the United States that far exceeds that of other countries at the political and elite level. So there are a lot of opinions voiced in the United States, voiced in the US ecosystem, that in other countries would actually be shunted aside due to government policy. Second, the vast majority of tech companies, with TikTok being the exception, are US companies. And increasingly, discourse happens through these companies. And these companies have gotten far worse. Right? So if we were having this conference in 2018, we would be, at least I would be, criticizing these companies. But I would be saying there are efforts being made to move things forward. There are discussions on Capitol Hill about possible moderation and regulation requirements. The executive branch is considering different measures. All those have gone in the opposite direction. The vast majority of these companies, some have completely dismantled their efforts to try to counter negative discourse on the platform, X being a very prominent example of that. Others have simply cut dramatically, Facebook being another example. If you look at something like YouTube, I think that's a model you all should consider in a negative sense. YouTube learned that if they provide no information and do nothing, people leave them alone. And this was extremely successful. When we saw hearings, we often saw hearings with Facebook on there and X and Google and so on. Almost never YouTube. And YouTube is far more consequential. Right? The video is exceptionally powerful. But because they provided no data, researchers couldn't really analyze it in a comprehensive way. And the lesson that companies have learned is don't try to cooperate and have transparency. And as we shift from kind of powerful social media companies to powerful AI companies, that's exactly the wrong lesson. Right? To make this worse, our government has moved away from coordination with technology companies, where there used to be more of a sense that we all have roughly similar goals. If US intelligence officials spot foreign governments pushing an anti-Semitic conspiracy, it should be passed to the companies for them to consider for action. We don't do that anymore. And all this has moved things in a negative direction. And I'm kind of older, and a lot of my career was spent in analyzing and being involved in efforts with the war on terrorism. And there used to be tremendous US criticism of Saudi Arabia, right? And saying, look, Saudi Arabia is tolerating lots of activity that supports jihadists around the world. But a lot of it is simply a preacher at a mosque saying hateful things and money being raised around that. In much of the world, the US is seen in that way with regard to a lot of white supremacist neo-Nazi activity. A second point, and here I really just want to echo Representative Manning's point about data. She's 1,000,000% right, of course, about the United States. This is even more true around the world. I remember talking to a Polish official who was laughing when he would say this in a kind of sad way. He was saying, well, if you look at the data, Poland is much better for anti-Muslim and anti-Jewish violence than the UK, right? And his point was, we don't collect anything in Poland, and the UK collects very, very carefully. So if you look at the numbers, it's pretty clear which is worse. That is true around the world, where when you have better collection, you're going to have more effective government action, but you're going to be more vulnerable to criticism. And as a result, I wouldn't trust any of the numbers. Right? And it's really hard for anyone trying to make recommendations, but to me, trying to get a sense of simply what is going on is extremely difficult. The third and last point I want to make is that hostile foreign actors are trying to manipulate this. And in some cases, I would put Russia in this category, but certainly Iran, it is part of their own kind of ideological sense of hostility and anti-Semitism, but a lot of it is simply trying to magnify existing divides. And we see this across the US spectrum, whatever the issue is. Very famously, Russia once tried to promote both sides of a Black Lives Matter protest and counter-protest. And we see them, Russia has learned that it's better to amplify existing US narratives rather than try to sow their own. So they're simply taking various prominent voices in the United States and amplifying this. And the US and Israeli war against Iran has been very fertile in something that we've seen them trying to push. And of course, Iran is doing the same, much less effectively in a social media sense. But we're also seeing Iran use violence. And Iran historically has lumped together Jewish and Israeli targets as one set of, in their eyes, legitimate targets. There has been a series of attacks in Europe very recently on Jewish targets that probably are linked to Iran. I want to be careful because from what I've seen on the outside, the data are not conclusive, but that's where investigators seem to be leaning. So I will note that there's a very strong international dimension to all this, but that it's not simply bad non-Americans making America worse. It's also Americans causing problems for the rest of the world.
Thank you. Let me kind of start back with you, Daniel. We'll come in the reverse direction, but everybody weigh in. I think fair to say we have perhaps a more common understanding of anti-Semitism as it exists within acknowledged white supremacy groups. But what about the left-wing violence today, Daniel, and where anti-Semitism is truly emerging in that? And everybody else weigh in a minute if you have thoughts on this.
So with my role at a think tank a few blocks away from here, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, we track incidents and we try to do rough codings of who's responsible. And historically, anti-Jewish and anti-Israeli violence fell into two categories overwhelmingly. The first, and by far the largest, is neo-Nazi. And that's very common, unfortunately. The second is what we would label ethno-nationalist, and that was more individuals who were looking at the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and had a very strong sense of Palestinian nationhood, and were using violence in that sense. What we've seen emerge in the last several years is an increase in anti-Semitic violence from the extreme political left. And that is coming from the idea of that the world has marginalized communities just as the United States has marginalized communities. The Palestinians fit that category, and therefore, in solidarity to the world's oppressed, we are opposing dominant groups, and in some cases it's anti-Israel targets, in some cases it's anti-Jewish targets. So we are seeing this sort of violence really cross ideological categories in a way that's unusual for the vast majority of political violence.
So I'll be candid. I do not do any research on left-wing extremism, and so my response is going to be purely speculative. But I'll return to something I said in my kind of opening remarks. I think that we have gotten into a space where there are certain political discussions that have divided coalitions that should exist, right? Again, we have taken our eye off the ball, I think, in sort of commonalities in experiences of oppression and the impact that they have on our lives and our sense of well-being. And because of that, I think it's allowed for some extremism to emerge on the left. I think if we had better data, we may be able to more easily make these connections and therefore return to a phase where I think there's more unity than there currently is in thinking about the obstacles and challenges that face us. And so I think some people have been allowed to believe that somehow we're in a different space than we are.
So after October 7th, Jackie Rosen and I convened a joint meeting of the House and Senate Bipartisan Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism. And we brought in leadership from Homeland Security, the former leadership of Homeland Security, and the FBI. And we asked them specifically about anti-Semitism on both sides, on the far left and the far right. And what they told us was that anti-Semitic threats were reaching historic levels in the U.S. and globally, that they said anti-Semitism was omnipresent across all ideologies, with a spreading of conspiracy theories about Jews, conflating Israel and all Jews. It included calls for violence and much more. And it said that there was interaction between anti-Semitic groups in Europe and in the U.S. on the left as well as on the right. And it said that particularly on the left, there was a proliferation of misinformation, conspiracies, the introduction of old tropes and new ones, urging action against Jews. So that was the report. This was maybe 4 or 5 months after October 7th. And based on what Deborah Lipstadt told me, it has gotten much worse. And I can tell you, based on people who came into my office to talk to me about anti-Semitism after October 7th, and they were talking about it specifically on the left, it has increased dramatically, primarily through online information. TikTok was a particular source of anti-Semitic attacks and tying Israel to Jews on the left.
One of the very rapid themes I think that's emerging amongst you three is the need for improved data, data collection, data analysis. What really do you feel, all three of you, needs to be done to have better qualitative and quantitative analysis about the problem, and how can that contribute to solutions?
I'll let the researchers talk about data collection.
I'll happily talk about this for several hours, so please, everyone take notes.
Settle in, everyone.
A few very basic things, right? Which is, if you're going to try to treat a problem, you have to know where the problem is manifest and where it's not. Right? And you have to know what aspects of it are showing when it surges, when it doesn't. And again, the data, in my view, are not just bad, but they're often negative indicators, right? Because the places that care more about anti-Semitism are more likely to collect than the ones that don't. What you want is comprehensive reporting requirements. And I want to stress, this data applies across the board on hate crimes, right? So if we were talking anti-Muslim or anti-Black or anti-Latino, whatever it is, the data are bad. And we want that, again, comprehensively. We want to encourage communities to report, because communities legitimately say, why bother? Right? Like, why check the box when no one is going to respond to this? Again, especially in parts of America where this is not a priority. And to do that, you need funding. Right? If you are a local sheriff who is dealing with a bunch of problems, and you're asked, I want to spend a couple hours learning a new computer system to put in data that no one is going to respond to, why would you do that? Right? So you need both a requirement to do so, but also resources to do so. And that is a fairly difficult effort, right? But it's not an inconceivable effort. We have reporting requirements across the board for lots of different things in the United States. And to me, this is a very important one.
Yeah, I completely agree with all those points. I'll reiterate the need to fund research that will allow us to collect both quantitative and qualitative data on anti-Semitism and the impact that it has on people's lives and their opportunities. And also, I think we have to be very careful that we aren't creating situations where it becomes hard to openly talk about the data and the need to collect the data, where we aren't creating boundaries on what is fundable, what the research can look like, or who can be involved in the research. That then makes it really hard to openly say, I'm studying anti-Semitism. So, we love contributions from donors, but that cannot be the only funder of research. We need a real commitment from federal and state governments that they value this data, and that then what we collect will be used to impact policy. So
Let me add something from a congressional perspective, and that is one complicating factor, and that is, how do you identify what anti-Semitism is? And as many of you know, at least in Congress, there was a lot of disagreement over how you define anti-Semitism. And some of you are aware of the IHRA definition, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, whatever IHRA stands for, definition, which has been adopted by across the government, but we had a lot of problems. There was actually a bill to require the adoption of that. And in our Countering Anti-Semitism Act, we asked for embrace of that definition. There is also a nexus definition. There is a third definition. I personally go by the Justice Potter Stewart definition, which is, I know it when I see it. Now, granted, that definition he used in 1964 to define pornography, but today, anti-Semitism and pornography are equally popular and equally accessible online. So that would be my definition.
So carrying this all one step further, a couple of more points, and then we're going to get very rapidly to the audience questions. In this administration, I think we all see there is a move away from diversity, equality, and inclusion, the so-called DEI programs in DEI philosophy, that it's woke, that there's something wrong with all of that. And I'm wondering if that current federal government aversion, especially to diversity and inclusion, is, in your views, all of you, a potential contributing factor, even though anti-Semitism rates are high, not coming down, but is this exacerbating it potentially to some extent?
So it's very interesting. When I sat on the education committee and in my second term, they brought in the presidents of probably 8 or 10 major universities: Harvard, Penn, MIT, Northwestern, UCLA, I think, Rutgers, Columbia, a variety of others. And one of the questions that I asked many of them was, do you have DEI training? And they did. Does that include training on anti-Semitism? And across the board, the answer was no. So there was no anti-Semitism training included in DEI programs. So while I may think that doing away with all DEI training is problematic, I don't think that that really has caused an increase in anti-Semitism because it wasn't combated through DEI training anyway.
So I'll say I work at a nonpartisan think tank, and so I'm unable to comment directly on the policies of the administration. But I think that when we suppress conversations about the reality of inequality, then inequality is going to continue and potentially worsen across many dimensions. You know, I think it's really important to note that maybe there were DEI programs that weren't addressing anti-Semitism, and now they're not going to address anti-Semitism because we don't have the programs at all. So we don't have a space to even have that conversation or make that improvement. And so, you know, I think this is something that we really need to consider as we start eliminating things.
I'll just note briefly that I think we want coalitions. And as was mentioned, you know, Jews are roughly 2% of the American population. Muslims are roughly 2% of the American population, right? There is a huge amount of commonality in the sort of hatred both communities have faced at different periods, right? When we start to expand further, we see lots of overlap. And obviously there are going to be disagreements among parts of the American people. It's actually a strength of the United States. But you also want to be encouraging communities to work together, especially against the most extreme forms of hatred, right? And I don't think that's a very difficult ask, but unfortunately I think we're often moving in the opposite direction.
All right, I think it's time to get to some audience questions. You have handheld microphones on your table. Perhaps, you're going to move, okay. We have someone who will move around the room and come to you. So let's start by raising your hand. The gentleman right there in the back. And you, sir.
I'm loud enough, so unless we're recording. My name is Charlie Bolden. I'm sort of an honorary trustee at the university, but I'm also a former Marine, not former, I am a Marine of 34 years, and then formerly the NASA administrator. And a question that you all have just brought me to is one that bothers me all the time. We need to understand that we are all being used to divide us. The question about, did anti-DEI bring about more anti-Semitism actions? We're all the same. We, you know, whether you're Muslim, Jewish, or black or white, and there are elements in this administration that would seek to divide us by pitting us against one another. Does the data show that, or has the question ever been asked, are we being used against each other?
Well, actually, I engaged in some current research looking at how people think about anti-Semitism that I hope may shed some light on that particular question in the future. But I mean, I'll return to something I said at the beginning. I think we have to be really careful. We have gotten into a space where we are not having dialogue across groups in the ways that we used to. You know, African Americans and Jews had great alliances during the Civil Rights Movement. And as an example, you know, and I think again, we can't let some foreign policy debates or other debates detract us from the larger sort of forces that we face that are a threat to all of our well-being, right? Extremism is a threat to all of us. White supremacy is a threat to all of us. And sometimes I don't think we are framing things that way in our everyday conversations.
When you have elected leaders who demonize groups of people and delegitimize groups of people, it takes the lid off. It normalizes that kind of conversation. It gives a permission framework for people to say the kinds of horrible things that your parents should have taught you should never say. And I think ugly, demonizing comments have become normalized in today's political environment.
So, forgive me, my latest book subject looks at a lot of these issues throughout American history, and there's a kind of sadness in that we often divide ourselves. Go way back to the kind of anti-Catholic movements of the 1850s, and one of the leaders of it was one of the first Jewish members of Congress, right? The first woman in the U.S. Senate, right? She called viciously for the lynching of black males. If you look at anti-Chinese violence in the American West, it was often Irish immigrants who were in the lead, right? And so there's a tendency among marginalized communities to want to drive towards being accepted, and in so doing, find someone else to marginalize. And yes, of course, people are going to manipulate this, right? That's, there are political incentives to do so, to play on bigotry. And a lot, actually, in my view, is not just asking majority communities not to do that, but for minority communities to come together, not when their own community is victimized, but when someone else is victimized. And that's hard to do, right? Because it's not my problem, it's their problem. But you have to remember that tomorrow it could be me.
Right here, please.
I'm just going to give you the good morning. I have a follow-up question, please, for Dr. Byman. You mentioned that in order to treat a problem, you need to diagnose it, and you get to that place by collecting data. So as a follow-up on that concept, if you're collecting data, but then you're not doing anything with the data, which is what I'm personally witnessing, then what? And I realize that's probably a very, big question. It might be unsolvable, but I'm just curious if what your thoughts are in that realm, if it's just the need for outside forces to put pressure, or what's the best antidote, shall we say?
So what you're discussing is probably the worst of all worlds, right? You go through a lot of time and money to collect data, and then you don't do anything with it, right? And that leads to cynicism, and it's waste of resources. But yes, when you have the data, it means outsiders can actually say there needs to be action on this, and that it's a complex political system. It doesn't always mean that everyone's like, oh, the data show, therefore we're all going to change our minds. And data themselves are often going to be contested, and people have different interpretations. And frankly, that's often legitimate. Sometimes the data are really messy. And, I've certainly been wrong in my career in some of my analysis. But yes, the hope is that by having information, ideally people in power will use it to enact better policies. But if they don't, they'll more likely to be held accountable because others will have information about the scope of the problem, right? And that's, again, easy to say, and the Congresswoman, I'm sure, could tell us far more about how that doesn't happen. But it's, to me, at least a first step.
More questions, please.
My question's for Dr. Page. You mentioned when you were talking about funding that you want people, I'm trying to remember exactly, you said that it can't just be from donors, but that also that there can't be strings. Can you say a little bit more, maybe a little more detail about specifically what are the challenges with that?
Yeah, no, let me reiterate. I think it's great for donors to be involved in funding research. My point was more generally that we also need federal funding, and we've seen a real rollback of federal funding, we'll say. And so just because it takes a lot of people and a lot of resources to conduct research and to conduct it in a way that is systematic and that is impactful. And so it's just a call generally for more funding. So I don't want the takeaway to be that donors should not be involved in this space. And then in terms of the strings attached, I think my point is that, we have seen some trends where, in some spaces, particularly I think in a federal space, there's sort of more restrictions around what can be studied, what terms can be used. And I think we need to consider whether that is going to lead us into a productive space where we can actually address pressing challenges that we face. I respect that our lawmakers want to consider a number of perspectives as they think about the role of research, but I think we also need to make sure we're not discouraging people from doing serious critical analysis of challenges related to inequality specifically.
They're just giving this to me because they know I can never shut up. So I have less of a data question, my apologies, more of a legislative and FR, foreign relations question. We're all very concerned about the state of the transatlantic alliance for a whole host of reasons, but the fact is cooperation in countering anti-Semitism has always been rather stunted. So I advise the European Commission on anti-Semitism issues, and I can tell you the EC, long before the current administration, was not willing to really go outside the European Union to engage cooperatively on these issues. Likewise, even our friends in Canada, they just got rid of their anti-Semitism envoy office entirely. But when they had one, it was very hard to get even North-South cooperation. But it seems to me, Representative Manning in particular, that the path forward really does have to be, to a certain extent, American, but to a certain extent, international, because we don't live in a bell jar and anti-Semitism doesn't live in a bell jar. So from a legislative and foreign relations perspective, are there some solutions out there?
Well, it's interesting because when we had the task force meeting that I mentioned, that Deborah Lipstadt came and brought leaders from the head of the commission from the EU. We had a representative from Norway, Germany, Austria, Spain. I think 2 other representatives were there, and they were very eager to talk to us about they already had their national strategies. They were so eager to talk to us about our national strategy, and they were quite upfront about saying they were looking for American leadership on this issue, and that they talked about things that they had in their strategy that we couldn't have in ours because of differences in laws. Like you can't. Engaging in Holocaust denial in Germany, for example, is against the law. And you can engage in Holocaust denial in this country because it's considered free speech. But they were actually looking for our leadership. They wanted to work together. And after we had that big meeting, I had meetings with other groups came to meet with me individually. A group from the UK came to meet with me. A gentleman named Lord Pickles came to talk to me about, if you may know Lord Pickles, an old friend. And he said something that I still remember. He said that they have an education program that every new member of parliament has to go through. And he said because most MPs are quite stupid and they are willing to go down the rabbit hole on anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and we need to stop them before they do things that are really dumb. So they were looking to work with us, and they were looking for U.S. leadership. So we were excited to move forward with that, and I would have continued to push forward on that had I not been gerrymandered out of my seat, which is why I'm sitting here today.
I'll note this whole side of the room is very quiet, so I hope in our last several minutes
back to the theme of global affairs. If political leaders and elected officials around the world are able to gain and hold office and power by engaging in anti-Semitic tropes, then what incentivizes them to stop doing that?
Well, one particularly autocratic leader who engaged in those tropes was just thrown out of office. So maybe that's the kind of incentive we need to see more of.
And conversely, the United States government should not be supporting leaders in countries that are promoting hateful narratives, right? And obviously, there are going to be realpolitik exceptions, right? I don't want to have a certain naivete about this, but when there are opportunities to weaken these leaders, when there are moments where you're choosing to work with someone who is professing liberal values in good faith and someone who is professing hateful ideas, you make that choice, and I think too often we forget that.
I think we also have to, make sure that the general population has access to accurate information. I mean, there may be individual leaders that gain power from promoting hateful ideas, from promoting anti-Semitism, but countries as a whole, the U.S. does not gain from inequality. It does not gain from hate. It has a negative impact on our economic output. That's been demonstrated over and over again. It has a negative impact on people's sense of well-being, on their health, whole range of things. And so, if we get that information out there, yes, there can be individuals, that is their right to continue to say hateful things. But if we explain to people, I think, and document why it is problematic to support that, I have faith that we can move past it.
I think you're so right on that issue, but you touch upon a problem that we can't figure out how to solve, and that is, where do people get their information? And we talked about it a lot in Congress. What do you do about the spread of misinformation online? What do you do about the fact, I think there was a study that showed that the majority of young people get their news on TikTok. TikTok is not a news station, and they don't pretend to be fair and balanced. But if that's where young people are getting their news, we have to figure out, how do we deal with this sea change and how information is spread. And Congress certainly has not figured that out, but we need to make some headway in that arena.
Down here in the white jacket had a question, please. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Barry Rogoff, former State Department, current CEO of Living Links, a partner of the Shoah Foundation. Thank you all for addressing these issues that are so timely. A comment and then a question. I appreciate Rep. Manning addressing that DEI never included anti-Semitism, and the question about being used. I don't think, to your point, that foreign actors discriminate against political parties when it comes to anti-Semitism. But I do think we would be remiss that post-October 7th, there was, I believe ADL estimates a 350% surge in anti-Semitic incidents. With that in mind, how can we address how anti-Semitism in the United States is being masked behind global affairs, which of course this panel focuses on, because I do believe that's driving a lot of the issues right now. Thank you.
Well, that's the $64 million question. There's a lot of discussion about how do you define what's anti-Semitism, how is it intertwined with anti-Zionism, and I actually think that's deeply problematic, because I think Israel is foundational to the vast majority of Jews in this country, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to separate criticism of Israeli governmental policies or Israeli governmental leaders from anti-Zionism writ large. And there have been studies done. I'm currently chairing the board of an organization called Democratic Majority for Israel. And our attempt is to keep the Democratic Party from being anti-Israel, or to keep the Democratic Party pro-Israel. Let me put it in the positive perspective. So we've been presented with lots of studies, and the vast majority of Americans do not understand what Zionism actually means. That is a huge problem, and the term Zionism has been co-opted to be something extremely negative and to represent oppression and genocide despite the actual meaning of the word genocide. So it is a really complicated problem, and I don't have an answer for it except to say what Deborah Lipstadt said, this issue is never going to go away. We just have to keep fighting it.
Thank you. Yeah, did you want, I'm sorry, was somebody
Please.
else?
No,
Okay.
please go ahead and then we'll get to the
thank
lady,
you.
lady
Thank-
behind you.
Thank you, Barbara. I think you asked a very good question to start off the group, and appreciate all the comments that have been made. I am someone who's been writing checks to fight anti-Semitism and indeed all forms of racism, hatred, and violence for over 40 years. And I particularly like this panel because you are really speaking to issues with substance and authenticity. So I just want to say thank you to all four of you. Dean and all of you brought up some really good points. How are we going to solve for reducing toxicity when the policies are not in place, and that when we ask the corporations to regulate themselves and they don't, right? And TikTok is no longer a foreign company, it's now owned by Americans. So I sort of invite all my fellow compadres here to think about how we will enact that. And my question is, what can we substantively and practically do to gather good people who are simpatical and are happy and willing to write checks to support good quality data? Because it starts with that and also leads to more educational programs. As some of my dear friends know, I've been also funding a number of different educational programs for over 40 years. It's a long game, right? Some years we have to work harder. But I love what I'm hearing today. How can we substantively, what do we practically take away from here today? Like, of course, continue this, being, a member of the executive committee of the USC Shoah Foundation. But I love what I'm hearing, and let's try to bring more good people together who are doing good work. How can we create a coalition to invite more donors and supporters to fund the things that need to be done? For example, at Sorensen Center, they are actually looking at how people are getting the news. This is a program that's being funded and enacted right now. So I think we need to all work together and not be siloed. But I'd love to hear your views about how we practically take this away from today and make something real happen. Thank you, Barbara.
So after October 7th, I addressed the board of the Jewish Federations of North America, which is an umbrella organization for the 144 federations across the country. And in my prior life, I was the first woman to chair the board of that national organization. And I addressed the board and I said, it's time for this organization to get together with all the other organizations that care about the growth of anti-Semitism, the growth of anti-Zionism. We need to have a strategy that all of the organizations can work together on. And after making what I thought was such a great speech about this, I called my friend Ted Deutsch, who used to be a member of Congress and now is the head of the AJC, and I said, Ted, don't you think we need to get all the groups together and figure out how we can all row in the same direction? And he just started laughing and said, yes, I think we should. I don't think it's ever going to happen, but I think we should. So yes, we can make an effort to get all the groups to work together to create some kind of a grand strategy. Maybe it will happen, but perhaps what we need to do is face the reality that there will always be many organizations that are doing this good work from their own vantage point, and that we should find the ones that we think are doing things well and fund the variety of organizations. I hate to talk about, was it George Bush who said 1,000 points of light? Maybe, as a Democrat, I can't believe I'm using that Republican example, but maybe that is what we have to do, use that example. And I want to comment on something else, because there was a question raised about how do we get the platforms to address these issues. One of the last meetings that I attended, or in my last semester in Congress, Sam Altman came to talk to the Democrats and explained to us that the government needs to regulate AI. He literally came to us and said, you have to regulate us because we cannot regulate ourselves. And I mean, it was almost comical because half the people in that room still didn't understand what AI was. But the fact that he was saying, regulate us, we can't do it ourselves, I thought said a lot. On the other hand, there have been a couple of court decisions recently that have been holding some of the platforms liable for things that happened as a result of things that were that came across the platforms. So if the government doesn't regulate what the platforms do, what they allow to be published, common law may do it for them as more and more lawsuits take place, and the different companies are found liable.
I'm going to interrupt here for a minute because we're going to start running out of time, and I want this late. Now, I want you to. You raised your hand a while ago. I'd like you to have the opportunity to perhaps ask the final question here.
First of all, I want to thank you all for educating us and guiding us, in learning about anti-Semitism and what is happening right now. My background is actually early childhood development and education. So my question is, what is taking place to educate the next generation? Because I do believe if we're not educating young kids, they are going to probably make the same mistakes that we're making right now. And I do believe a lot more people want to be united, and a lot of people are getting really tired of the division because, as we already spoke about it, the country is divided on so many different levels, which I do believe also is contributing to anti-Semitism. So is there a way to invite some of the leaders from the Muslim communities or Christian communities, and because I do believe they will go back to their communities and try to educate the members.
Jessica,
is there any way of doing that?
Yeah, let me interrupt. Let me ask Jessica, Daniel, and Congresswoman, do you see any movement in this area?
I actually think it's happening a fair amount. I think a challenge is that we have to really be prepared to have some hard conversations about what divides us, what our concerns are, and how we can come together. So I mentioned at the beginning, just as an example to close with, when I am in DC, I go to People's United Church of Christ, and the wonderful pastor there, Reverend Bragg Reynolds, partners with a synagogue. And they have had a number of dialogues about the war in Gaza, about the October 7th attacks, about the rise in anti-Semitism. And not everybody agrees on every part of this, but people are gathered in the space. I have a 7-year-old, he's there to hear the conversation, to see that we can have this and we can leave and hug and shake hands and it's fine and we don't agree on everything, but we agree on a lot. And so I think that these conversations are happening. We just have to renew our commitment to them and not be afraid to bring them into the spaces that we're in. Wherever you are, don't be afraid to launch this kind of conversation, to lead it, and to make sure that other people are committed to sharing those same goals.
Well, the clock in the back has now turned red, so that's a big signal to me to wrap it up so we stay on time. And you feel free to talk to our panelists afterwards, ask more questions, have more discussion. And thank you so much. I think it's been a great session. And we will move off the podium and let the rest of the conference take place.
Mr. Miller. Voice of God right there in just a minute as soon as they've got the ready for you. Great to meet you. You too. No, I don't. I'm so. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm just here. Yeah, go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the chairman of the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum Council, Mr. Jeffrey Miller.
There we go. Good morning. Thank you, President Kim and Dr. Williams. It's a profound honor to be with you today with the USC Shoah Foundation, an institution that does something both simple and extraordinary. It preserves truth, not abstract truth, not distant history, but living truth, captured in the voices, faces, and memories of those who endured humanity's darkest chapter and chose to speak. To every survivor whose testimony lives within this foundation, we are here because of you. We learn because of you, and we carry responsibility because of you. First, I want to express my gratitude to President Trump for his leadership and for the strength he showed in standing with Israel and the Jewish people. At a time when anti-Semitism was rising, he did not hesitate, he acted. And history teaches us to recognize these moments, because when the Jewish people needed support, he delivered it. That's something we should acknowledge clearly and remember. Strong leaders don't just speak about standing with the Jewish people, they prove it when it matters most. That kind of leadership reminds us of something essential. The fight against hatred is not abstract. It requires action. It requires courage, and it requires all of us. Let me be clear about something I believe deeply. The Holocaust did not begin with gas chambers. It began with words. Words that dehumanized, words that divided, words that made the unthinkable acceptable. And if history teaches us anything, it's this: evil is not born overnight. It is tolerated into existence. The mission of this foundation has never been more urgent. We are living in a moment where truth is contested, where memory is fading, and where hatred is once again finding a voice. That's why this work matters. Because when a survivor tells their story, when a young person hears it, something changes. Statistics become human, history becomes personal, and indifference becomes impossible. But we also have to confront reality. The number of living Holocaust survivors is declining. Soon, there will be no one left to say, I was there. And when that moment comes, the burden shifts entirely to us. Not to just remember the facts, but to carry the meaning. Because the greatest danger is not that we forget what happened, it is that we forget what it demands of us. That is why the Shoah Foundation is so vital. You are not just preserving testimony, you are preserving conscience through technology, through education, through innovation. You are ensuring that future generations don't just learn history, they feel it, they understand it, and they act on it. Because never again is not a slogan, it is a responsibility. And responsibilities don't fulfill themselves. They require courage, they require clarity, and they require action. We are seeing in our own time a disturbing rise in anti-Semitism, not hidden, but visible, not whispered, but shouted, on college campuses, online, in places where it once would have been unthinkable. And when that happens, we're all tested. Will we stay silent? Will we rationalize, or will we stand up? Because history does not only judge those who commit evil, it judges those who tolerate it. That is the lesson of the Holocaust. That is the warning of history, and that is the responsibility of our time. A single testimony can change a life. One voice can echo generations. That is the power of what you do here. In a world that is often loud but shallow, this work is deep and lasting. It doesn't just inform, it transforms. So what is required of us? Not passive remembrance, active leadership. We must challenge lies. We must confront hatred. And we must teach the next generation not just what happened, but why it matters. Because the past is not behind us. The past is a warning, the present is a test, and the future is our responsibility. To the young people who will carry this forward, you are not just inheriting history, you are inheriting a mission to speak when it is easier to stay silent, to stand when it is easier to sit, and to lead when it is easier to follow. And to everyone who supports this foundation, your work ensures that even when the last survivor is gone, their voices will remain, their truth will endure, and their lessons will guide us. As the newly appointed chairman of the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Council, I've had the privilege of stepping into this mission at a critical moment. And I can tell you this, I see the museum's responsibilities through the same lens as this foundation, to preserve truth, to confront distortion, and to ensure that memory is not passive but powerful. Because in today's world, institutions like ours cannot operate in silos. The threats we face, anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, the erosion of truth, do not recognize institutional boundaries, and neither can our response. So I believe deeply that organizations like the USC Shoah Foundation, the museum, and all those committed to this cause must work together, not occasionally, not symbolically, but in real, sustained partnership. Because this mission is bigger than any one institution, and it is certainly bigger than any one political viewpoint. We may not always agree on everything, but we should all agree that we must stand together on this. Because the fight against hatred is not partisan, it is moral. And when it comes to defending the truth, there is no neutral ground. Let me close with this. The generation that lived through the Holocaust gave us an extraordinary gift. They told us the truth, not because it was easy, but because it was necessary. Now that responsibility belongs to us, to carry that truth, to defend it, and to act on it. Because never again is not just about the past. It is a test of who we are today. And the question is not whether history will judge us, it will. The only question is whether we will be able to say we did enough. The past warns us, the present demands courage, and the future will judge whether we acted, because the promise of never again is not negotiable. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break until 11:30 when the Israeli ambassador will join us to speak. So don't go far. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce His Excellency Dr. Yechiel Leiter, the Ambassador of Israel to the United States of America. Please welcome him.
Thank you. I appreciate that reception. It's good to be with you, leaders of the USC Shoah Foundation, distinguished guests. Thank you for holding an important gathering, and it's a privilege to be with you. Last week, Yom HaZikaron, I was in Jerusalem on Mount Herzl, and how timely it is that after Yom HaShoah V'Hagvura, the day of Holocaust remembrance and heroism, we honor the brave soldiers who gave their lives defending the Jewish people. My son, Moshe Yedidia, among them. Grave after grave, name after name, terrace after terrace, you ascend to the tomb of one particular Jewish visionary. The mountain bears his name, Theodor Herzl. Walking among the fallen, it crossed my mind that Herzl, my son, and the Jewish soldiers across generations have been fighting the very same war. A war that transcends time, spans fronts, and crosses continents. The war against anti-Semitism. Herzl lived and died climbing the mountain of anti-Semitism. He reached a peak on that mountain in 1897. Standing on a balcony overlooking the Rhine River at the First Zionist Congress, he urged for the need for a Jewish state. Herzl correctly predicted that his Zionist vision would come to fruition in 5 or 50 years, and it did so exactly 50 years later. But he was incorrect that Zionism and the advent of an independent state of Israel would end anti-Semitism. The war against anti-Semitism never quite seems to end. Anti-Semitism tends to simmer behind curtains of virtue and progress for extended periods of time. And it shapeshifts. From religion to race to state, the charges against the Jewish collective morph to fit the moral language of the era. Other than anti-Jewish animus, what has remained consistent about anti-Semitism is something deeper. Something to do with the society in which it thrives. Distortion. And even more dangerous, inversion. Those who breached the border on October 7th, murdered, kidnapped, raped, and burned entire families alive, they are called freedom fighters and forces of liberation, while those Israeli babies and the elderly butchered in their beds, the youth raped, maimed, and slain while dancing at a music festival, are labeled terrorists, colonialists, settlers, and oppressors. Israel is the genocidal actor. Israel is starving populations, we are told, not Hamas. This inversion is a reversal of reality. This reversal of good and evil, guilty and innocent, right and wrong, true and false, render anti-Semitism not only permissible, but actually a moral obligation. Reporting from the Parisian Plaza in 1894, Herzl witnessed mobs of Frenchmen chanting "Death to Judas" at the humiliating sham trial of Captain Alfred Dreyfus. He was falsely convicted for treason for one reason only, because he was a Jew. This in the very plaza where the values of liberty, equality, and fraternity had been declared just 100 years prior. Traversing campus plazas in 2023, Jewish students were caught in mobs of their peers chanting "Death to Zionists," the day after Hamas terrorized Israel on October 7th. Not 3 weeks later when Israel invaded, but the day immediately following October 7th massacre. This in the name of revolutionary freedom, the name of liberalism and human rights. This in the very institutions intended for critical thinking and intellectual inquiry. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, they chanted, without knowing which river, which sea, without knowing what the slogan really means. Or maybe knowing what the slogan means. In the original Arabic, that battle cry translates to, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be Arab. It's a Nazi vision of Judenrein, reincarnate. This genocidal vision to free the land of Jews has been once again intellectualized, institutionalized, and normalized, and it has intensified. Since becoming ambassador, I've been meeting with college students from across the country. Just last night, I was in the University of Maryland, pretty much every week, large groups of students. I've come to grasp, yet gasp in disbelief, at the degree of the distortions implicated in the anti-Semitism surrounding them. The moral, intellectual depravity, the diabolical desire for destruction. Former Columbia University professor Muhammad Abdu praised the assassin of my dear embassy staffers, Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky, who were murdered last May, just a few blocks from here. He encouraged his audience, students among them, and I quote, to engage in jihad. At a lecture about mass atrocities, Brown University professor Omer Bartov admitted that he levels the genocide charge against Israel not because it's legally accurate, but he does so for persuasive purposes. We need to use that terminology, he said, genocide, because we are talking to another public. Absurd, coming from the mouth of a scholar. Such a statement defies the ethics and intent of scholarship itself. Historian Yechezkel Kaufman was right. Anti-Semitism is not only the hatred of Jews, but an intellectual framework legitimizing and perpetuating the hatred itself. No wonder anti-Semitism thrives now. Not only does it have a warm nest in our institutions, it is being nurtured by our philosophical atmosphere. And this is something, I think, in particular in an academic setting to take note of. We live in a postmodern era defined by moral relativism, deconstructionism, and identity politics. Death cults and democracies are placed on equal moral footing. Death cults and democracies on equal moral footing. And objective truth, facts, don't seem to matter. Cardozo Law School's Stanley Fish said that deconstructionism relieves him of the obligation to be right. Only interesting. All I need to be is interesting. No, clowns are interesting too. Father of deconstructionism, Jacques Derrida, suggested that the truth of a statement is determined not by its content, but the identity of the speaker. The designated oppressed is always right, and the so-called oppressor is always wrong. I met that fate just a few months ago in a meeting with the editorial board of the New York Times. Now, some of you I see already on your faces say, well, why did you do that? Why did you bother? Well, I have a spokeswoman who's a strong lady, and she said, you've got to do it. And I follow her lead. So I went to a meeting with the editorial board of the New York Times. And I felt like Dostoevsky against the firing squad. You know, he left there with epilepsy, you know. And I sat there with these charges of starvation and genocide. It was so rampant at the time in the media, I'm sure you all remember. So I presented the facts debunking that myth, or I should say blood libel. One editor protested defensively, saying that, Your Excellency, everyone can't be wrong. So I first pointed out that that was indeed not the case. Not everyone thought that we were engaged in genocide. I told them that journalists, for example, like Douglas Murray, or experts like John Spencer, the #1 expert in the world on urban warfare, made visits to Gaza and concluded that it was one of the most complex urban wars ever fought, and among the most moral and just, citing an unprecedentedly low rate of non-combatant casualties. Then I suggested to them that maybe the widespread perception of starvation may have had more to do with the newspaper's editorial policy of defaming Israel. For one egregious example, I pointed to a little boy, 18 months old, Muhammad, whose picture was on the front page of the New York Times and received millions of views digitally. Muhammad's bones were protruding from his spine. It was a heartbreaking photograph, which everybody saw. And you know, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, that one said it all. Israel are the new Nazis. They're doing to Gaza what the Nazis did to the Jews in the Holocaust. It's a complete distortion. The numbers are evident. 3,000 kilocalories of food per day per person were delivered to Gaza through the good services of the IDF. And annually, Hamas diverted 90% of the humanitarian aid. The caption and accompanying story indicated, which they try to walk back 5 days later because of this, that the baby was the victim of an Israel-induced hunger, but a subsequent investigation found that cerebral palsy was responsible for his condition. The baby's 3-year-old brother, perfectly healthy, was conveniently cropped out of the picture. This, I told the New York Times, was an act of political sabotage, a blood libel against the state of Israel. One of the senior editors leaned forward and suggested that I was, quote, making too much of a misappropriation. No, I responded. Falsely accusing me of murdering people, of starving people to death, is not a misappropriation. It's a blood libel. Not a single editor in that room contested. We live in an age of conformity. It's actually a contagion of conformity. Everyone looking over their shoulder to see what is politically acceptable, what is the norm, whether you're on this side of the aisle or that side of the aisle. Everybody has become herd. Conformity has become part of the culture, as was indifference to truth, which can be just as harmful as the harm itself. Vasily Grossman, the great writer, writes in Life and Fate that those who accuse Jews of wrongdoing are more often than not guilty themselves. I'd like to add that those who protect anti-Semites are guilty twice. First, because they know what is happening and choose inaction. Second, because they know that they have the power to stop the machine of hate, yet instead use their power to keep it running. While just reading Elise Stefanik's book, Poisoned Ivies, highly recommend the read, I was struck not only, take a Dramamine before you read it though, I was struck not only by the magnitude of the hostility, but by the indifference, the negligence of university leadership to morality and truth. Hardly a single Ivy League university took a clear stand against anti-Semitism. It was all contextualized. Not one set a precedent that inspired others to follow. Herzl in his time saw similar distortions and feckless leadership. He stepped up to fill the void. Many co-religionists resisted his vision. They believed acceptance could be purchased, shedding a pound of flesh in exchange for belonging. Today, there are far too many Jews who believe that distancing themselves from Israel, of Jewish history and identity, will distance anti-Semitism from them. They will fail. Those Jews ultimately fall into the trap of anti-Semites who claim that they don't hate Jews, only Zionists in Israel. To counter anti-Semitism now, we cannot allow haters of Judaism to determine how Jews define themselves. Those who give in to questions about our right to exist, or worse, contend that Israeli policy is fueling anti-Semitism, are misdiagnosing the problem, and they do so at their own peril. Tell me about another people that is expected to applaud a speaker who says, I believe in your right to exist. Yet go to a dinner of any Jewish organization and the guest speaker, in order to draw applause, will say, I believe in your right to exist. Well, thank you very much. Do you say the same thing at a dinner for Belgium? Many who misdiagnosed anti-Semitism during Herzl's time would realize the dire cost of doing so during the Holocaust. They would tell us now that appeasing, ignoring, or excusing anti-Semitism only helps the virus to mutate. In his magnum opus about the Spanish Inquisition, Prime Minister Netanyahu's father, Professor Benzion Netanyahu, posited that conversion ignites and feeds the engines of anti-Semitic hatred. Why? Because you can only hate what you fear so long as you don't see it. Anti-Semitism is a diabolical fantasy that many imaginations have taken for a lethal obsession. Professor Netanyahu's diagnosis should reverberate today with modern anti-Semitism, its mutation called anti-Zionism. Herzl foresaw Netanyahu's warning when he saw Dreyfus on trial. He stood grounded in historical truth and necessity, calling for true liberty and equality. Zionism demands equal status for Jews among nations. Nothing more, nothing less. Zionism demanded something ordinary, but it has commanded the Jewish nation into the extraordinary. Israel has transformed the Jewish condition from helpless and hopeless to valiant and victorious. For too long, we have taught our history from the lens of victimhood, a means of begging for sympathy, of acceptance. That has never worked. Herzl knew that too, and he would tell us now, not the Holocaust, not victimhood determines our fate, our history, or destiny. Our roots and our ability to renew do. Judaism originated in the land of Israel. That was original Zionism. And by refuting victimhood, Abraham took personal responsibility, heeding God's instruction, Lech Lecha, go forth to the land. That is the advent of Zionism, not 19th century nationalism. Moses overcame his hesitancy to confront Pharaoh and ultimately liberated his people from slavery, leading them into the Holy Land with ethics and the rule of law. Israel too overcomes. Even amid wartime, Israel has remained resolute and resilient. Israel's economy has grown. Since October 6, 2023, the Israeli stock market has increased over 150%. Israel's population, too, has increased. Israel's population growth in 2025 was 1.4, more than twice the OECD average of 0.6. And Israel is the only country in the OECD, listen closely, ladies and gentlemen, because if this doesn't blow you away, I don't know what will. 3 generations after a Holocaust, Israel is the only country in the OECD with replacement fertility. Replacement fertility is the indicator of whether a country has a future. With no children, no family, there is no growth, no meaning, no future. I belong to a generation that prides itself on pedigree, but we must also pride ourselves on our children. Please recognize that we are living in the greatest generation. On October 7, thousands of young Israelis raced into the face of fire to save their country. Normally, people run away from danger. This generation, thousands of young Jews ran into the face of danger when there was a complete breakdown in the chain of command, in the perfect storm, and saved the country. Without being commanded, without being coaxed, without being ordered. Thousands upon thousands took their personal weapons, ran into their personal cars, and went straight into the face of danger and saved the country. There has never been as great a generation as this. Israel's children are committed to the creed, no jihadis on our border. Not ISIS, not Al-Qaeda, infiltrating from southern Syria, or Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas from Gaza, and certainly not their grand patron, the murderous Ayatollahs of Tehran. In the footsteps of our great Jewish heroes, past and present, the West has beckoned to save their countries from anti-Jewish vitriol and violence, to say no terrorists on our borders and no anti-Semites in our institutions. We must take to the mountain of anti-Semitism and continue to march upward in Herzl's footsteps, holding Zionism in our hearts, and it is my hope that one day we can see his second dream of ending anti-Semitism come true. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome to the stage His Excellency Jens Hannefeld, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the United States of America.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, to Michael, the past few years have, as you just so vividly pointed out, have tried our Jewish communities and our societies in a manner which many, including myself, did not think possible anymore. Since Hamas' horrific attack and the war that followed, anti-Semitism has been on the rise, unmasking a deeper issue with anti-Semitism in our societies. In Germany, anti-Semitic criminal offensives have indeed increased dramatically. From 2022 to 2023, these crimes almost doubled, reaching a peak in 24, with more than 6,200 crimes committed. We see a similar picture all over Europe, in the US, and many other parts of the world. But anti-Semitism has also become more visible in daily life, in schools, at universities, cultural institutions, at demonstrations, and in the digital space. Jewish students have been exposed to attacks at universities. There have also been a number of such incidents in Germany. Experiences of exclusion, marginalization, and sadly also violence make places of learning and studies, which should be safe places for all, increasingly unsafe for Jews. These are not isolated incidents, they are an expression of a structural problem, a structural challenge. Anti-Semitism is not a homogeneous phenomenon. Its roots stem from different ideologies, conspiracy theories, and motives. In roughly half of the recorded incidents, we see right-wing extremism still as the main driver in Germany. The rest can mostly be attributed to either religious ideologies or, especially since October 7th, increasingly left-wing extremist ideas. Let me be absolutely clear. There is no justifiable reason for anti-Semitism. It does not become more acceptable if it comes from the left. It is not explicable through religious belief. It is not harmless because it comes disguised as an intellectual debate. Anti-Semitism is not less dangerous because it stems from something other than right-wing extremism or Nazi ideology. Nonetheless, we need to understand the difference in origin, as each one requires a different approach to combat it successfully. Anti-Semitism is also not a Jewish problem. It is an attack on the integrity of our democracy and society. Whoever questions the right of Jews to live safely and equally in our countries, in our societies, questions the rule of law and the democratic foundation. German history demands a zero-tolerance approach to anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial. Our history demonstrates that societies can fall prey to hatred and racism. Hitler was freely elected, after all. It is our most profound obligation to never forget the immense injustice and horrific crimes committed by the Nazi regime. Germany stands firmly by its historical responsibility for the Shoah. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight against anti-Semitism is a cross-cutting societal task. Knowledge and education are key. Awareness raising, training, research, youth engagement, and a strong civil society are essential to building resilience against anti-Semitism and other forms of hatred. Chancellor Merz took an unequivocal stance during the speech he gave at the reopening of a synagogue in Munich last year. He said, "In the name of the entire federal government, I am hereby declaring war on every form of anti-Semitism in Germany, be it old or new." The attack on the synagogue in Halle on Yom Kippur in 2019, which was motivated by right-wing extremism, was a wake-up call. The German government responded decisively. Federal and states governments provided significant additional funds to enhance security for Jewish institutions. But feeling safe as a Jew in Germany requires more than the presence of police and barricades. It requires trust between the Jewish communities and the government and its institutions. As a result of our history, Germany has learned the importance of setting clear legal boundaries for extremism. Our history demonstrates how fragile democracies can be when extremism remains unchecked. The law does not only punish, more importantly, it sets boundaries. It creates clarity. A clarity which is needed in times where digital spaces fuel radicalization. In this context, the careful balancing of freedom of expression and human dignity remains a challenge. It is a challenge which we rise up to, and we rise up to it in combating anti-Semitism and taking that stance. It is precisely why we need transparent and legally robust standards so that responses do not appear arbitrary or politically motivated. But successfully combating anti-Semitism needs more than laws. It needs clearly assigned responsibilities. If I may quote our Federal Commissioner for Jewish Life and the Fight Against Anti-Semitism, my friend Felix Klein, we need what we call in German a Staatsroutine, a state or government routine to respond to these challenges. Because combating anti-Semitism should be routine and should not have to be justified every time. In this regard, we have made important progress. In recent years, we've been able to establish permanent structures. Almost all states have a commissioner for combating anti-Semitism. Together with the federal commissioner, they regularly meet in a joint working group and commission. In a federal system, which is in Germany comparable to the one in the United States, the states are responsible for many relevant areas, such as education. This type of network and coordination has proved essential. Other examples include introducing anti-Semitism commissioners at public prosecutors' offices, reporting offices at the federal and state levels, as well as offices that offer support and counseling for victims. In November 2022, Germany adopted its first national strategy against anti-Semitism and for Jewish life. As you notice from the title, it is not only a strategy against anti-Semitism, but also a strategy for Jewish life as an integral part of German society. Our national strategy also implements the EU strategy on combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life. For the first time, the national strategy created a comprehensive framework and platform combining prevention, criminal prosecution, research, the culture of remembrance, and promotion of Jewish life. By taking this step, we moved away from a reactive rationale and towards making the combat of anti-Semitism a proactive, structurally embedded task of the state. To sum up, we have created structures in Germany that enable us to be prepared and respond systematically to anti-Semitism. This has become essential given the widespread so-called Israel-related anti-Semitism, and I think the ambassador has just outlined what that means. This has unfortunately also reached parts of the center of our societies. Despite all this progress, building a sustainable and comprehensive structure against anti-Semitism needs more work, especially when it comes to education. We need to have mandatory training for teachers that enables them to recognize anti-Semitism, protect victims, and take effective action. Education and exposure to Jewish life are the best preventive measures against anti-Semitism we find. 10 years ago, the education minister of all 16 federal states in Germany entered into a successful cooperation with the Zentralrat der Juden in Deutschland, the Central Council of Jews, the largest association of Jewish communities in Germany. The objective is to increase knowledge in German schools about contemporary Jewish life, religion, and culture. At the federal level, with their support, programs like Meet a Jew and Shalom and Salam create spaces where students or Muslims can meet and get to know young Jews. Why do we invest in such programs? Because it is always better to talk to each other than about each other. At the same time, it remains vital to adapt teaching about the Holocaust to new generations. Time is passing and young people have less and less opportunity to interact with survivors. And I would like to add that we at the German Embassy take great pride in our cooperation with the Holocaust Memorial Museum here in Washington in organizing meetings between students from Germany, the German International School out in Potomac, and survivors at my residence every year. Disinformation about the Holocaust is widespread online. We need to move away from teaching the atrocities of the Holocaust as a mere history lesson. Instead, we need to adapt teaching methods so that the next generation see their relevance in their daily lives and can learn the lessons that this dark part of our history has taught the world. But we must not fall into the trap of only talking about Jews as victims, exactly as you said, Michael. Jewish life in Germany is diverse, creative, and confident. It has 1,700 years of history, at least, in our country. Jewish culture is present, for example, on a lighter note, in the form of the Jewish Carnival Club in Cologne, which is called the Kölsche Kipperköp. I come from Cologne, difficult to translate, let me tell you, which is a local dialect for Cologne's kippa heads. Doesn't really translate well. Nonetheless, too many people still know too little about Jewish culture. This is not only true for Germany, but for many other parts of the world. That is why we, Germany and the United States, should come together to prevent, combat against, and educate about anti-Semitism. Although we may at times choose different approaches on how to best combat hatred and anti-Semitism, both the US and Germany want the same thing. Jews must be able to live peacefully, safely, and freely. I do not want to sugarcoat the challenges that lie ahead. They are immense. We have to deal with them on a daily basis, and we have to fight disinformation, conspiracy theories, hate speech on and offline, physical violence, political instrumentalization, and the increasing polarization of our societies. Although implementing effective structures and policies can make a difference, anti-Semitism is not a problem that can be solved bureaucratically. It is a barometer of our political culture, our values, and social cohesion. Many challenges remain. One of the biggest ones is, without question, the digital space. It helps spread anti-Semitism globally within seconds of geopolitical developments, but merely looking at the problem won't get us anywhere. We need to be smart, practical, and results-orientated in addressing this new challenge. Germany is here to work with you. Thank you.
We will begin our lunch break now. There are boxed lunches in the back. However, please be ready to take your seat by 12:15 when Senator Ted Cruz should be joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, because it is now my great pleasure to welcome, representing the great state of Texas, Senator Ted Cruz.
Well, thank you very much. It is truly a privilege to join you today. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Thank you to the Shoah Foundation for your incredible work, for standing up and speaking the truth, for remembering. You know, some of you may know I'm a huge fan of movies. And there's a scene in particular at the end of Schindler's List that stays with you. At the end of the movie, the war is over, and Oskar Schindler walks haltingly out of the factory gates, surrounded by the men and women he saved. And yet he's not celebrating. He's breaking. He looks at his car, and he says, 10 more people. I could have saved 10 more. He takes off a small gold pin. 2 more people. And he collapses under the weight of the lives he couldn't save. And a survivor steps forward and places a ring in his hand, inscribed with a simple truth: whoever saves one life saves the world. And as Schindler weeps, they tell him, you did so much. When that film reached audiences all around the world, something extraordinary happened. Survivors began to come forward, thousands of them, many for the first time, to share their stories, to bear witness, to ensure that the world would not forget. It was that response that moved Steven Spielberg to act, leading to the creation of the USC Shoah Foundation at the University of Southern California. What began as a response to a film became one of the most ambitious efforts in human history to preserve memory. Today, the Shoah Foundation has recorded more than 55,000 testimonies from survivors and witnesses of genocide, spanning continents and generations. The words "never forget" are more than just a phrase. The Holocaust is the most unspeakable act of evil in human history. And yet, as everyone knows here, the hatred that motivated that evil has not gone away. Anti-Semitism is a hatred as old as time. It is unique, it is virulent, and tragically, we're living at a time where it is spreading. It's spreading in Europe, it's spreading across the globe, and unfortunately, it's spreading right here at home. It was about a decade ago that we saw anti-Semitism really beginning to rise on the left here in the United States. And at the time, leaders of the Democratic Party, by and large, tried to look the other way and hope that it would go away. But it didn't. It grew to a point that it is all but consumed today's Democrat Party. And in the Congress, there is a real and cognizable pro-Hamas contingent on the left. That's not everybody, not every Democrat in Congress, but most of the rest of the Democrats are terrified of the crazies in their own party. Now, look, I'm a Republican. It's easy for me to criticize Democrats. That's every day in politics. But then about a year and a half ago, something began happening in my party that I never thought I would see. We are seeing anti-Semitism rise on the right at a level that I've never seen in my lifetime. And in the last 18 months, we've seen more anti-Semitism on the right. And it's spreading, and it's growing. Look, it's led by a handful of loud voices, self-appointed Pied Pipers. And it is targeted at young people. And unfortunately, it is gaining traction with young people, with teenagers, with 20-somethings. You have people like Tucker Carlson, who I think is the single most dangerous demagogue in America. And he's dangerous because he is effective, because he is charming, because he is eloquent, because he makes arguments that get in people's brains. And there are a host of other influencers online. And I'll tell you, about a year ago, I made the decision I'm going to do everything humanly possible to stand up and defeat this. I believe without exaggeration that we are facing an existential threat. Why? Well, because anti-Semitism is a gateway drug to anti-capitalism and anti-Americanism. You could look at New York, at Comrade Mamdani, as an illustration of the intersection between the Marxists and the Islamists, that they come together and hate the same people. And by the way, Tucker has illustrated this dissent powerfully. Not just doing every other podcast, it seems, attacking Israel or the Jews, but also going out of his way to praise Mamdani, to praise Nicolas Maduro, to have on kooks who praise Hitler. He found one professor who said Winston Churchill was the villain of World War II. He found another idiot professor to say there's a good argument the United States should have supported the Nazis in World War II. Now look, Tucker knows what he's doing, and he's doing the exact opposite of the Shoah Foundation. He's telling stories also. Stories have power. There's a reason he started this rant by seeking to delegitimize the Holocaust, to normalize it, to contextualize it. And of course, he went from there to having Nick Fuentes as a guest. Now look, Nick Fuentes is a goose-stepping Nazi. And by the way, I'm not one given to calling people Nazis lightly. But Nick Fuentes says, I agree with Hitler. Hitler is very, very cool. Hitler is right. In my book, if you say you agree with Hitler, you're a Nazi. And while Fuentes on the show, of course, Tucker confronted him about none of those statements. When Fuentes on the show said he was there, his mission in life was to defeat, quote, global Jewry. And Tucker nods adoringly. By the way, in that same interview, Fuentes says every year he celebrates Stalin's birthday. Now, what kind of freak even knows Stalin's birthday? I have no idea, and I don't care. But again, Tucker gazes adoringly. And this is spreading. If you want to see how it's spreading, look, last year there were several Turning Point USA events on college campuses. There was one J.D. Vance was talking at Ole Miss. Kid gets up, asks this wildly anti-Israel question. What happened next was highly revealing. Immediately, a third of the kids begin applauding. The next week, Eric and Laura Trump are at Auburn. Kid gets up and asks an even more wildly anti-Israel question, full of false statements. And again, the immediate response, a third of the kids start clapping. Just a week ago, Vivek Ramaswamy was doing a Turning Point event. Same thing, immediate response. Now, it's not everybody, and it's still less than half. But it seems over and over again when you have a gathering of young people, on the right, it's about 30% that are cheering this on. And I think we need to confront it. We need to confront it head on. I will tell you, if you look at elected officials, virtually all of my Republican colleagues in the Senate have agreed with me in taking on Tucker. And yet, almost to a person, very few of them are doing so themselves. The number of elected officials willing to say Tucker's name is still far too small. By the way, Fuentes is easy. Like, taking on Fuentes, okay, fine, you stood up to a Nazi, I'm very proud of you. Tucker is dangerous because he has a massive megaphone. And there are consequences to it. Look, if I tweet good morning, I'll get hundreds of anti-Semitic responses. The reason elected Republicans don't want to take on Tucker is the same reason Democrat leadership didn't want to take on their anti-Semitic left. They didn't want to enrage the angry mob. And the reason I think this is existential is I don't want to wake up in 5 years and find ourselves living in a country where both parties are unambiguously anti-Israel and viciously anti-Semitic. And this is a very real possibility, I believe. I also think there is a particular threat that is targeted at the Christian church and evangelical Christians. Look, for those of us who love and support Israel, there has been no constituency in America that has been more vigorous supporting Israel than evangelical Christians. There is a concerted effort targeting young Christians And if you look at polling numbers of teenagers and 20-somethings in the Christian church, they are turning anti-Israel. And I think most of the Christian church is asleep about it. I'm spending a lot of time talking to pastors and saying, pastors, wake up. At a Christmas party at my house last year, a very prominent pastor in Texas was there. He looked at me and said, Ted, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see any anti-Semitism on the right. Now, that pastor is 80 years old. He's not online. He's not on social media. And I think there are a lot of pastors who are oblivious to what's happening within their own church. And I will tell you, social media is a big part of it. A lot of money is being spent by Qatar and Iran and China. There are millions of dollars. There are bots online pushing anti-Semitic and anti-Israel content. There are what are called sock puppets, which are real people, but who are paid or otherwise conscripted to push false content, hateful content. And we need to be fighting back. We need to be engaging and taking it on with truth. Look, we right now have a military conflict in the Middle East. It is ubiquitous online that this war is for Israel. People say, I don't want my children to die for Israel. Now, the response to that, the response to lies, is truth. And that's something that I think is important for all of us to engage in. I'm spending a lot of time making clear, listen, President Trump launched this attack on Iran because Iran is killing Americans. This is not for Israel, this is for America. You look at the regime in Iran, they have been waging war with the United States for 47 years. When the Islamic Revolution began in 1979, the very first thing they did in Iran was seize the American embassy and hold Americans hostage for 444 days. The Ayatollah has been the leading funder of state terrorism in the world for that entire period. 90% of the funding for Hamas comes from Iran. 90% of the funding for Hezbollah comes from Iran. 90% of the funding for the Houthis comes from Iran. They are quite literally the head of the snake. And when the Ayatollah chants death to America, I believe him. If history teaches anything, it is that if somebody tells you they want to kill you, believe them. In the last 47 years, Iran has killed nearly 1,000 Americans. Year after year. And I'll tell you, the reason the president is acting to make sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon is because I believe if the Ayatollah had a nuclear weapon, the odds are unacceptably high that he would use that nuclear weapon in the skies of Tel Aviv or New York or Los Angeles. And no one should want to wake up and see a day where hundreds of thousands or millions of Americans are killed because a religious fanatic who hates us gets the ability to commit murder. I will say one of the mistakes sometimes those of us in the pro-Israel community make is when we discuss support for Israel. It comes across almost like welfare for a down-on-his-luck relative who just needs help. I think that is a mistake factually, but it's also a bad strategy. Look, the United States supports Israel because it is unequivocally in the interest of the United States of America to support Israel, because Israel is a liberal democracy in a very troubled part of the world that shares our values. And the same people who hate Israel hate America. The enemies of Israel are the enemies of America. There's a reason the Ayatollah refers to Israel as the little Satan and America as the great Satan. And I mentioned before the online lie about Americans dying for Israel. The truth of the matter is, every time Israel takes out a Hamas terrorist or a Hezbollah terrorist or an IRGC terrorist, they are protecting Americans. And it is the IDF. They are sending their soldiers to die, yes, to protect their nation, but they're protecting our nation as well. And the benefits we get from the Mossad, if we tried to recreate that intelligence network for the United States, we couldn't do it, and we certainly couldn't do it for anything short of tens of billions of dollars. You look at the precision of the 12-day war, where every day there'd be a different head of the IRGC. One after the other, someone would be named, the next day they'd be gone. By about the fourth day, it must have been real interesting. Hey, you want to lead the IRGC? No, ask Bob. Look, you look at the precision of the pager operation. Like, holy cow. If somebody wrote that as the script for a movie, it'd be rejected. This is too fantastical. And the pager operation, the beauty of it is, it was Hezbollah leadership who decided just who was batshit crazy enough to get a pager. Who are the terrorists they wanted to be able to page? Only time in my life I've ever wanted to page a terrorist. But it was perfectly targeted. And so I want to thank the men and women in this room, because you're fighting a battle that matters. You're fighting a battle that matters for the future of our country. You're fighting a battle that matters for the future of our young people. Live not by lies. Our young people are being lied to, and they're being lied to with a coordinated propaganda campaign with money that is lying to them. And the only way to defeat those lies is to take them on directly and utterly defeat it. I'll say one final thing. On a lighter note, a bit of personal news, which is my eldest daughter, Caroline, will be a freshman at USC in the fall. So she is beyond thrilled. And so I want to thank you for what you're doing and say, fight on. Thank you.
If we can all take our seats, I think we've all had a good lunch. And I am now very pleased to welcome and introduce Mr. Leo Terrell, Chair to the Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism at the U.S. Department of Justice. Please join me in welcoming him.
I, first of all, want to thank you very much on behalf of this administration that I work for. And I really want to, I'm going to be a truth teller. I know that sounds like, what are you talking about? I'm going to really bare my soul and tell you what's going on in my current capacity. Let's set aside politics. I just want to be very clear. It's not, fighting anti-Semitism is nothing to do with politics, in my opinion. And that's how I approach it. To me, it's a decision of right versus wrong. And I can tell you, setting aside your differences as far as who's the guy in the White House, I can tell you this from personal experience. President Trump has been more committed to fighting anti-Semitism in this country than any president in my lifetime. And I say that without any hesitation. And I'll present the evidence to you. As head of the task force to combat anti-Semitism, I have been a civil rights lawyer for 35 years. 35 years. And the issue, as I said, about fighting anti-Semitism is right versus wrong. I'm a Baptist. So what? Fighting anti-Semitism is about right versus wrong. Has nothing to do with my religion. I'm black. So what? I take great pride as an American to head this task force. Why? Because fighting anti-Semitism is not a Jewish issue. It's not an American issue. It's a Western civilization issue. And that's the failure of how it's been fought. My goal is to broaden, to expand the base of people fighting this scourge that is more dominant in my lifetime than ever before. And what I find amazing is that we're not fighting it, in my opinion, the right way. May I submit to you the following facts? For Jewish Americans to enjoy the liberties of this great country, they have to pay a Jewish tax. What do you mean, Jewish tax? For Jewish Americans to enjoy their synagogues, to go to school, to have events, they have to pay security tax. I know, because I get calls about it. Hundreds of thousands of dollars just to protect themselves so they can gather. And that's going on as we speak. And it's being allowed to occur throughout this country. Where? Let me think about it. Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, Boston, Detroit, Baltimore, Washington, D.C. Google it up. I've written 4 letters to the mayor of Washington, D.C. about why. Where's the protection for the Jewish community? And why is this fee being paid? Let me give you the other concern that I have. The failure, and by the way, I'm a lawyer. I'm a school teacher. I think I'm a better teacher than lawyer. Right now, our schools, and to be honest, our colleges and universities have already been hijacked. They're gone. They've been indoctrinated. I was talking to my new best friend, Mr. Greenberg, right there. We had a good conversation. K-12 is a next target where they're teaching hate. They're teaching our young kids to hate Jews. And what bothers me is that this is being propped up by the teachers' unions throughout this country. The most powerful organization, in my opinion, when it comes to supporting Jewish hatred. Where is this happening? Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, Boston, Detroit, Philadelphia. That's going on right now. It's hard for faculty members in these unions to participate. It's going on right as we speak. Let me give you another example, to me the worst. This country, every day I read in the papers and I get a lot of responses. And by the way, people say to me, hey, Leo, you're doing a great job on this job. Joe said that to me a few minutes ago. No, I'm not. I can do a lot more, and we're going to do a lot more. But let me give you what I find offensive. The federal government is 30,000 feet up. Jewish hate crimes occur in this country all day, every city in this country. Where are the prosecution of hate crimes in local cities? Tell me. In Los Angeles, Chicago, Boston, Detroit. We see it, we read it all the time. Yes, the person gets arrested and then released the next day. And then the prosecutor filed assault charges, but not the hate crime. You want to deter hate crime? Start prosecuting hate crimes in these cities. But it's not happening. And that's what I find, again, offensive. It is wrong. My task force and what we're doing right now, and again, I go back to this president who is committed to fighting anti-Semitism. And I go back to the Department of Justice, Todd Blanche, and Stanley Woodard, my two bosses. They say, do whatever you want to do to fight anti-Semitism. You're going to hear two major announcements. Again, I go to my best friend, Joel, here. I'm not going to tell you basically what they are, but I'm going to about 25, 30 cities. I'm bringing an army to these cities. You're going to hear about it in the next couple of weeks. We're going to stop this nonsense. And we're going to make sure we have the support. And I'll tell you right now, I'm preaching to the choir right now, but I'm telling you, we have to expand our base. We got to make sure we have politicians, officials, who will prosecute hate crimes at the local level. We got to make sure we have superintendents and school representatives who will eliminate anti-Semitic curriculum in our local schools. This is a local issue that's being ignored. This is an issue that has to be addressed now. Why? Because we have a unicorn as a president. Again, we're not talking about taxes or anything else. I'm just talking about anti-Semitism. We got 2.5 more years to put up guardrails to fight anti-Semitism. We have to his term, because we don't know who's going to take over the White House. And my job and my goal is to make sure these guardrails are put up. But talking to you is like talking to the choir. You and I have to expand our base. Christians, Catholics, Muslims, black, white, yellow. You see, besides being a lawyer, I am a history teacher, as I mentioned to you. I know the beauty and the relationship between the Jewish community and the black community. 1909, the Jewish community helped create the NAACP. Check it out. I was alive during the 60s. I'm aware of the fact that in 1964, 2 Jewish activists, Google it up, Werner and Gutman, they were in Mississippi. They were with a black man named Cheney. They were all murdered fighting for civil rights. And I find it offensive, the lack of support for the Jewish community in this country right now. It's popular to have this Jew hatred. And it's just so offensive, because I cannot enjoy my religious freedom unless you enjoy your religious freedom. It's just common sense. It's what makes this country great. It's why people want to come here. So I'm asking you to help me. Right over there, my chief of staff, her name is Sarah Goldman. This is the only job I do every day. President said you could do this all day, 7 days a week, 24/7. We have to work together and fight this scourge. We have to expand our base. We have to get people who care just as much as I do and as you do. I'm asking you, I'm begging you to help me help the Jewish community fight anti-Semitism. I want to make one apology, and I'm sorry. I went to UCLA Law School. I apologize. I really do. I apologize for that. I really apologize because UCLA has been horrible on fighting anti-Semitism, looking the other way. It's an embarrassment. So I want to thank you for this time to speak and sort of vent. I don't know if it was the tone that you were expecting from me. I want to be a truth teller because I really care as a civil rights attorney that freedom and what makes this country so great is to enjoy all the freedoms, and more importantly, religious freedom. God bless America and God bless you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for that, Chairman Terrell. I am now happy to welcome to the stage our second panel of the day, our first panel of the afternoon. It is on media, technology, and anti-Semitism. It's moderated by Mr. Chuck Todd. Panelists, Chuck, if you want to take the stage.
Have here. We know that anti-Semitism isn't new, but what feels a bit different this time is the speed and the scale with which it is spreading. It feels like you can't avoid it. I always tell people I was raised in a mixed religious family, which means I was raised a quiet Jew, and so you could kind of hide right there in the 80s. There's no hiding. And I think the question is whether this is a systems problem, and it's certainly how we want to try to attack this question, because we see a collision, I think, of three forces. One is an information ecosystem that rewards outrage and emotional content. We have the breakdown of trusted gatekeepers, media, academia, government. And then, of course, we've got all of these global events that get sort of instantly synthesized through social media and stripped through context. So we're not going to be talking about why this is happening, right? We kind of all have an idea of why this always why this always seems to happen. What we want to try to tackle today is what's in our media and our technology systems that is amplifying it, and is there something that can be done about it to slow it down without breaking everything else in the process? And then I will tell you where my focus has been over the last couple of years. I've been working on this issue as one of my variety of side projects. And I do think, do we need to spend more, as I say, we want to talk about our K through 12 issue. We don't know how to teach World War I. And when you don't know how to teach the fall of the Ottoman Empire and what it meant for the Middle East, then most people in this country thinks the Middle East was born in 1948. And everything is seen through the prism of 1948 rather than through the historical lenses that people should understand, and our true historical connection with the Middle East. So to get the panel started here, let's just start with this question, if everybody could tackle it, which is, what's different about how anti-Semitism spreads today versus even 10 years ago? Rick, you go ahead and start.
Actually, on this one, let me defer to the folks.
Fair enough. Jamie, you want to track this? You want to go?
Sure. So I think obviously the big difference compared to historically is just the way that we consume news and information. Our traditional role of the news media is completely changing. Across the globe, the whole business model for media has collapsed. And so that traditional filter that people used to get their, the news was processed before people got their news and information is now gone. And so that's good in many ways. We've seen that activists, dissidents can use those kind of uncensored ways of reaching audiences to promote political change. But obviously, it's allowed a lot of the views that have always been on the fringes of society to now be amplified in a significant way that otherwise would have not happened before. And again, this is a global phenomenon. I ran Radio Free Europe a number of years ago, covering 27 countries. It's happening even in countries that are not full democracies. This is something that's happening everywhere. Technology and social media in particular has sped this process up over the last 10 or 15 years. And there, the challenge fundamentally is this ongoing debate that we certainly here in the US are having, Europeans are having, about what are the limits? How much of this free speech do we truly want to allow that's completely unregulated? And what can we do, especially when it gets to hateful, violent rhetoric? What can we do to make sure that even if we're not banning certain types of speech, that fewer people see it? And where are those limits that we're comfortable with? And there are different perspectives, obviously, in different countries.
Jamie, I want to follow up on and maybe this is maybe we got enough problems in the English language, but it's been my sense that anti-Semitism is worse in other languages. That in other foreign language media around the world, that it's much worse. Is that right?
I mean, I don't have data to back that up. I do think certainly our research at Freedom House, which I run, has seen that this is a global phenomenon. There probably are some countries where it's more of an extreme version. I do think the other thing we've identified through our research is that there are certain state actors that are promoting this type of content. Some of America's biggest adversaries, the Russians, the Chinese, are using anti-Semitic messaging and tropes, certainly on a global stage to spread a certain view of America and Israel, but then also reaching into our own democracies and amplifying the content that's already there, again, maybe in a small amount on the fringes, and making it look like it's a bigger challenge domestically than it might actually be.
Sasha? Yeah.
Let me pick up on Jamie's point. At ISD, we have a fairly advanced digital analytics capability that detects and tracks everything from hostile state information and cyber operations. So the sorts of things that we see the Kremlin and Iran and the CCP doing with more and more vigor around the world, in particular in Western environments, alongside the full gamut of terrorist and violent extremist actors, including some of the sort of newer iterations of extremist activity, nihilistic violence, and the likes. The desperate truth is that anti-Semitism is, in fact, the shared common through line across every one of these threat actors and vectors. And increasingly what we see in the online ecosystem is that they effectively reinforce each other. They use each other's content, they share tactics. Increasingly, you see similar narratives spread across very different ideological settings. Quite happily, they are happy to take up the kinds of operations and narratives of their seeming sort of adversaries on the other side of the aisle very happily, and we see this consistently. Then, of course, beyond the question of content is the systems problem with social media, which is to say, it isn't just that people are posting this stuff. On the one hand, you have the kind of gaming of the algorithmic systems by bad actors, massive industrial scale information operations. That is fake accounts, cyborgs, gaming, if you like, the systems to fake reach and popularity in a way that then in itself, gets sort of organic engagement happening off the back of it. At the same time, you also have algorithmic systems that essentially amplify whatever is most extreme in the environment. And it is sort of, agnostic as to ideology, but it is certainly the thing that we see most problematically in relation, at times, to minors and kids. So I just give you one example of this in recent research that we did. One piece of research into Nazi promoting, sort of Hitler promoting content, really very, very explicit, sort of neo-Nazi Hitler promoting ideologies and content. wasn't just that you had sort of hundreds of accounts posting this stuff. It's that within very, very little time, that content, if you had engaged with one or two pieces of it, you were being served up in your sort of For You feed across a number of different channels. In addition to that, we looked at, for instance, setting up clean accounts for 15-year-old boys. The accounts that we're dealing with, that we're engaging with a little bit of lifestyle content, very quickly ended up being served up, and I mean within an hour, being served up content of a conspiratorial, anti-Semitic nature. Accounts of that kind, 15-year-old boys account, engaging with a little bit of left-leaning content, ended up within an hour and a half being served IRGC content. Hezbollah, resistance axis content. Why? Those pathways, which we see as sort of potential pathways to radicalization and recruitment, are really problematic.
Who's the bigger problem, the bad actors or the system?
Well, they work in beautiful symbiosis right now. They work in tandem, and unless we address, and in my view, one has to address, the full, if you like, the sort of life cycle of the information ecosystem, which is to say, you have to address the producers of content, the actors themselves, and I think we have to have much better rules in place in relation to, let's say, hostile government information and cyber operations. They cannot be allowed to flourish in the open web, in my view, without proper labeling or more. And I think the same should apply to prescribed terrorist organizations. I would just say, we've been tracking ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and the proliferation of their activity online, in particular after October 7th, is enormous, reaching millions and millions of people on mainstream platforms. So again, illegal activities of illegal organizations, I think, need to be handled better. Then there's the actual distribution systems themselves. And I think there's more we need to do on amplification of recommender systems and algorithmic amplification. And then finally, of course, we need to be building resilience among users on that side of things.
I've gotten this question from others before, and I don't have a good answer for it. Why can't we just flood these systems with better information? Why can't we hack these systems? Why can't we ride the algorithm? Why can't we, why is this so difficult for the good side to hack?
In a minute, but I will just say, because we've done this a lot. So we have mounted sort of scaled initiatives for counter speech. Yeah. And I think they're really important. I think we should be investing in that. But the point is that if it isn't a level playing field for the competition of ideas, and right now, these algorithmic systems, these social media platforms are not. They are rigged in the interest of certain types of narratives and voices. It means that it is extremely hard to outcompete the bad with the good. Yeah. If we level that playing field, we are in a position to do that better.
So go ahead, Jamie.
I was just going to say, I think a version of what Sasha said. Flooding these systems with positive speech is not good for business.
Positive speech, right? I hear you.
At the end of the day, the viral content, the more extreme, even in some cases, the more hateful, that will generate a response. That is what the algorithms feed on. That's what the business model of many of these platforms feed on. As more eyeballs will be on that post, and so it would be a complete reordering of the way that these platforms function. I guess my concern at this point, I think I did a lot of research even 10 years ago. After Russia's interference in the 2016 election, when a lot of this kind of focus on disinformation began, we've kind of missed that boat at this point, unfortunately. I think there's social media regulation is highly unlikely to happen now.
It's not going to happen. Yeah.
And now the danger is, though, what are the guardrails for AI and these LLMs that all the major companies are now working on? And there, I think this is the time, if there is going to be any regulation, any safeguards, for that conversation to be happening here in Washington, in Congress. But I will say, having lived through some of that debate 10 years ago, I don't have high hopes about the way that our political system can look at highly advanced technology and make quick decisions about where to weigh in, and again, where the lines should be drawn. And then I will say, at Freedom House, we have a pretty absolutist view of free speech, so we're also not in favor of significant controls of content. But I do think basic things like algorithmic transparency would be helpful, and that's just not something the companies are ever going to do on their own.
Rick, this I think is more in your wheelhouse, which is if you have a foundation, right? My kids have a foundation. They've went to Hebrew school. And so when they see this, they know it's wrong. But my son, who's finishing up his freshman year at a university down in Texas, he's like, he goes, it's the light, I am reminded every day that I'm Jewish. And he's proud to be Jewish, don't get me wrong. But he goes, I'm reminded every day by people that I think are my friends. It is part of the language of young men right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think, and there's a couple of things going on when we think about the educational systems, about K-12, about higher ed. One conversation is about bad actors. But there's another question, what's changed over the last decade or so? And there's a couple of big things that have changed. One is that youth lives are simply suffused through and through in technology now. Average teens spend 7+ hours a day on devices. If they're young women, a huge amount of the social media. If they're young men, a larger share of it's gaming. But even when they're gaming, they're constantly talking to anonymous individuals in all kinds of ways. So a huge amount of their social interaction is virtual with folks who they don't know, being driven by algorithms that we've just touched upon. Second thing that's changed is we have a philosophy that has taken root in much of the educational leadership that knowledge is passé. So Harvard's Tony Wagner says, look, knowledge is transactional now. You only need to Google. It's a waste of time to teach kids things. 20 years ago, Stanford's Dean of Education, for a cover story in Time, said, look, we're past the point where students need to learn things like the periodic tables or Civil War battles or geography because they can Google all of it. So we have a philosophy of education that you make students future ready by teaching them to navigate a digital world in the assumption that they can always look up what's true. And then the third thing that's changed is particularly following the 2014 killing of Michael Brown, which gave birth to Black Lives Matter. Schools were swept by philosophies that we now tend to talk about as DEI, but which were really informed by a notion of anti-racism, pioneered most famously by Ibram X. Kendi. And anti-racism is the notion that America is a fundamentally racist society established on racist roots, and the only way that you combat racism is by actively taking the opposite side in every decision, big and small. This is the crudest kind of, Foucaultian oppressor oppressed, good guys, bad guys. And when you start to use that language, we mainstream notions of oppression, of colonizers, is something that students would hear routinely in middle school, would hear routinely when they would do privilege walks in 9th grade, or when they would do privilege pie charts in 3rd grade. I think, in my experience, the vast majority of educators and teacher trainers who were promoting this stuff had good intentions. They actually thought of this as a toolkit to build empathy, to build understanding, to promote justice. I think what they actually did was made the water very warm for all kinds of racist tropes and anti-Semitic kind of nostrums to comfortably reemerge. And so what's happened is students have been introduced to these things in the matter of daily classroom conversation for the better part of a decade. I don't think that has driven a lot of the phenomena that were just talked about, but I certainly think it warmed the water so that a lot of these things slid very comfortably into conversations on campus and in K-12.
Look, it is hard not to look at, and an old friend of mine and I both discussed this, and we were like, we thought the experiences that my mother would share about anti-Semitism that she felt in the 50s, and he would talk about his mom, and we'd sit there and going, what were they talking about? This was, 2005, 2006, 2007. I mean, there is a life before social media, life after social media. And I know that we consider, it's like, well, I sit here and I believe this. Boy, if we taught World War I better, maybe people would understand the history of the Jews better. But ultimately, it's this goddamn technology, is it not? Social media showed up, and all of a sudden, everybody came for the Jews. And, I say, if I hear the word populism, I don't care if it's coming from the left or the right. I know what's coming next. They're coming for the Jews. So I know we've all of you have worked on various things. Let's, instead of me complaining and we're all lamenting, where are there some green shoots? What's worked? What are some potential ways to sort of hack these things? I mean, we're not going to get the regulation of social media that we all want. So what can work? Oh, Jim. Sasha, sorry.
All right. Well, I think you need a set of interventions across that whole life cycle, as I said, of information. From, I think, beyond social media, interventions of the kinds that you're talking about. We could be doing more to, I think, prohibit information operations. I think, psyops of the sort that we're seeing now emanating from the likes of Iran and the CCP. I mean, interestingly, the CCP has started to put out anti-Semitic content for the first time this last sort of year or two. So every single one of these state actors is on this case. I think we should absolutely be in a position to be both detecting at scale and prohibiting these types of information operations from state actors, number one. That isn't to do...
Doesn't help that I don't know if we would get a lot of help from the United Nations on something like that, which
Well,
is an
I'm
entity
not
that
sure.
arguably should be
Yeah.
a buffer for this.
But I can't see why individual governments couldn't take action on that. And I would just, the IRGC is prohibited in the United States. Taking more robust action for the enforcement of specific laws and expanding them to other forms of information operation coming from adversaries, state adversaries, I think is absolutely doable and then could apply in the online realm as it does in the offline realm. And I would love to see a little bit more action being taken then by governments, internationally to do that job. Similarly, I think we don't see enforcement around terrorist and violent extremist activity across the spectrum, and we continuously see this kind of rebirth of networks of, ISIS and AQ. We've just put out a piece on the state of ISIS in 2026. I mean, it's continuously proliferating across. There's no reason really for that to be permitted. So I think there are definitely measures that could be taken further by government to deal with those types of actors. I think it is absolutely critical where authoritarian states look at these problems and come at them from a censorial standpoint, harsh control and censorship. We, as liberal democracies, need to come at them through mandated transparency. Being able to get data access to be able to evaluate algorithmic outcomes on these types of issues is an absolutely critical starting point, and everybody should have an interest in doing that, because we can both evaluate then whether there has been, for instance, over-moderation, too much censorship, or whether, in fact, we're seeing, scaled amplification and monetization of these kinds of really nefarious activities. So that could be the thing. But then there's a ton we can do to intervene. I mean, we work with cities. We work through a major program called the Strong Cities Network to equip local leaders with the tools to deal with the kinds of divisive activities that we see by bad actors, but essentially training, capacity building, digital literacy initiatives, those kinds of engagements, even just really putting in place what's needed in terms of prevention of violence at the local level, which is a kind of community-based approach to pre-law enforcement intervention, so that things don't get to the point of attack. And then I think a lot more threat detection and monitoring. And we do a lot of work with law enforcement in this country to do the sort of online monitoring of the threat landscape and making sure that that can get to law enforcement across the country and be actioned swiftly is critical at a point like this where we see such a heightened risk.
Jamie, I was working with a small startup about a year ago who was trying to, through technology, essentially hack the TikTok algorithm, right? Because we had done some polling when I was at NBC, and it was striking. Views on Israel were 20 points more negative among TikTok users 18 to 30 than non-TikTok users, right? It was a clear dividing line. This was like a big gap when you see 20 points like that. And so this startup, I mean, God bless this woman. She had, and they tried and they couldn't get it amplified. They couldn't get pro-Jewish content amplified or even reactions amplified. It was clearly, and they couldn't, there was almost like a brick wall. So obviously we have that issue, but is there some examples of some things that work?
Yeah, I think what Sasha just raised, just to flag that I do completely agree. We need to have defenses. So we've got our own domestic problems at home, not to say that our democracy is perfect. We've got extreme views here that are dangerous and anti-Semitic at times. But the last thing, and we should deal with those, but the last thing we should also be allowing is foreign actors to reach into our democracy and try to manipulate and make those fringe views even more powerful. So I'm completely in agreement there. And I will say there's even minor things. I mean, the one thing I think some of us who were active on this 10 years ago did achieve is Congress actually set up a foreign malign influence center that was supposed to be in the U.S. government. I think it actually started in the Trump administration, the first Trump term. The current Trump administration has essentially shut it down. So there are things like that in the law that could just have more attention and funding provided
People
to them.
do get nervous about the First Amendment issues.
Yeah, but this was foreign malign influence. So there the debate is how you differentiate, but there is technology that can identify if something's originating from the CCP or the Russians. So anyways, there's that. The other thing, going back again to my time at Radio Free Europe, the U.S. government right now, I think in the latest year, Congress allocated $650 million for U.S. civilian international broadcasting. We have hundreds of millions of dollars to produce content to share in languages around the world about U.S. policy, about U.S. priorities, about our view of the state of the world. Some of what you see right now with the Iranians, where these Lego movies, the U.S. government has the money and the programs and used to have the journalists and the other content producers to produce our own version of that in sophisticated ways. At Radio Free Europe, we were out not, again, reaching U.S. audiences, but we, as a 501c3 funded by the U.S. government, we were on TikTok. And in the Balkans, we had young 20-something local journalists who were producing factual, objective information every day for those audiences that was able to take advantage of the algorithms and was able to reach significant audiences. Now, Radio Free Europe's still operating, but the Trump administration is trying to shut them down. They've really presented no alternative plan. And again, you look at the Iran conflict, and it's hard to see what the U.S. is actually trying to tell the Iranian people, as well as the global community, about what our goals are, pushing back on harmful stereotypes that the Iranians may be doing. So we have some of these capabilities that are already funded, that are already structured, and we're just not taking advantage of them. So I certainly would start there. I do think the sort of AI for good or positive algorithms, I think there is some potential there. But I'm not sure that you're going to design a completely new platform that's going to counteract some of the more toxic platforms where people are getting news and information. But I do think we should just start with what we have established already. Yes, it might need to be reformed or modified, but there's a lot of potential there that is just right now kind of not being utilized. And I guess, even as a lifelong Republican, one of my biggest frustrations is the Trump administration doesn't seem to believe that they need to spend the time to have a global narrative. I think some of this stems from the president himself, who's obviously a very effective communicator to U.S. domestic audiences. Right. But internationally, that is not through social or tweets. That is not how you sell your message. And you need a broader superstructure. And right now, we've kind of abandoned that.
I'm not sure I want to put our faith in any politicians to fix anti-Semitism. So let's go back to the raw material. And I think we've got to think about the K through 12, because I think, too many people, the first time they encounter Jewish history is sometime a perverted version of it, because there is I think in the public school system, in fairness, right, we're so, I talk about this all the time in political science curriculum. I think understanding religion is a fundamental, if you want to be a smart political scientist and you want to understand politics, you got to understand the history of religion. I think if you want to understand literature, if you want to understand a lot of things, you've got to understand the history of religion. But because we're also nervous about how we introduce religion into the public square, we end up doing nothing, right? I mean, we spend a day, type of things like, this is the historical aspect of Jesus, and this is the historical aspect of the Judaism and Christianity, and it's like in and out, right? And here's this in and out, because nobody wants to get that parent complaint goes to school board, and we know what happens. So, but what can we do to improve it, Rick?
I mean, part of the problem is, before you kind of said, for a lot of these students, the world of the Middle East begins in 1948, and I was just thinking, man, I wish it was so.
Yeah.
For a lot of them, I think the world of the Middle East begins in 2025. Right? I mean,
And they might know something. Oh, the Holocaust. And that's about it.
That's about it. On the National Assessment of Educational Progress, for instance, on the civics or U.S. history exam, only about 18 or 20% of students are proficient. Students know nothing about American history, about the structures of American government. Frank, one of the things to keep in mind when we're talking about the dynamics of, the social media age, of incumbent AI, is the costs of ignorance used to be much lower. If you were engaged in I was teaching high school in Louisiana 35 years ago when David Duke was running for governor. And David Duke, if you remember, was a Grand Wizard of KKK, got the Republican nomination for governor, and lost to a guy named Buddy Roemer back in 1990 or 91.
Greatest bumper sticker ever. It was actually Edwin Edwards because
he
had been in prison. It was vote for the crook. It's important.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. It was, it was a felon versus Duke.
David Duke, yeah.
But what was striking was, my students knew nothing about Duke. They'd heard of the KKK, but students, at a majority black school in Baton Rouge in 1990 didn't know much about the KKK. It just, these are all historical artifacts in their lived lives. But at some level, it didn't matter because the news consumption was from the major networks or from your daily paper. If you wanted to disseminate the kind of, advocacy that a, Hassan Piker or a Nick Fuentes is pushing out today, you had to get a mimeographed newsletter or go hear him in some half-empty basement somewhere. It was just not conducive to getting out.
Sometimes what I used to joke, the high end of AM radio, right? The 1600 channel.
That's right. It was just much more complex. So one of the things that's fundamentally changed today is I don't know that if you look at trends in student achievement in the U.S., for instance, there's all kinds of narratives you'll hear that are made up. The truth of the matter is kids were doing better on reading and math from the early 90s to about 2012. Since 2012, we've been in a very prolonged slump. But in terms of knowing history or civics, it's not like there was a time in the last half century when we did a lot better. It's just, I would argue, that the cost of that consequence were much more muted because it was harder to absorb misinformation. It was harder to amplify it. It was harder to do anything with it. So one of the challenges here is, contrary to this notion that in the digital world, kids need to know less, I would argue that the problems with not knowing much, with lacking historical anchors, are profoundly more significant than they used to be. That if you know those building blocks, if you actually have some sense of, what happened in World War II, of who was the instigator, of that, knowing the ins and outs of the creation of the State of Israel is actually less important than having some kind of sweep of the broad historical narrative, which our students simply don't have. And so when they encounter historians being interviewed by Tucker Carlson or showing up with Candace Owens, they have no basis on which to question this when somebody who they like listening to, who's they've seen as a successful kind of multi-platform personality, says this person is a great historian. We haven't actually given those consumers any reason or any tools to kind of say, I take issue with this.
You're painting actually a really bleak picture because you're basically saying this isn't just a problem for Jews, this is a problem for truth. Right? I mean, Sasha,
I absolutely agree. I mean,
Yeah.
I think, the rise in anti-Semitism that we see, and by the way, I mean, the data is absolutely horrific. Just since the Iran war began, we've seen a 68% rise in anti-Semitic content online across platforms.
Organic or manufactured?
And much of that is organic, and then a lot of it is manufactured. Since the war began, we've seen, we identified 2 coordinated pro-Iranian account networks that have reached over 1 billion users, for instance. I mean, the scale of that is absolutely enormous. The problem is that that then sits on the shoulders, if you like, of other spikes that we've seen recently. And it is anything. It's not just conflict in the Middle East that ends us up with these rises in anti-Semitic narratives online. We saw it through the pandemic, a 13-fold increase just in German language anti-Semitism during the pandemic. This is research of ours, and that was mirrored in France. We saw it during the hurricane season. What became a sort of shitstorm online around the hurricanes in 72 hours became targeted threats against Jewish officials within the US government. And in each of these cases, you have a rise in the volume, and it never quite goes back down to the level before. And so you're constantly seeing these, successive mobilizations that are really, really dangerous. And there is, of course, a correlation between the numbers of attacks in the real world that we see and this kind of volume of hatred online, which is something we really need to get our heads around. The rise in anti-Semitism, as I said, the real problem with the online environment has been the mainstreaming of these views, from fringe to mainstream. We published something in 2017 talking about fringe insurgency, the ability of these fringe ideas to really now permeate much, much, much wider audiences and become normalized over time. That's essentially what's happened with the online ecosystem, and these kind of intersecting subcultures online where they're sharing these memes and these ideas and these aesthetics and these narratives are very, very potent for younger and younger audiences across all of these environments. But this is really the canary in the coal mine. Every time we see the rise of anti-Semitism, we see it as a bellwether of the rolling back of democracy, of democratic civic culture. And it has to be understood in that context. And it is absolutely right that in this particular crisis in our digital information environment, where we're seeing, these pathways to more and more extreme variants of whatever it is, hard left, far right, Islamist, whatever it may be, we see, of course, the rise in anti-democratic civic engagement and culture. That is the thing we need to be really looking at. That's the sort of first order problem for all of us.
Jamie, do you concur? I mean, you're at Freedom House. So
Yeah, I was going to make the same point, mainly because we track this annually across the world as we look at the state of democracy. And religious freedom is obviously one of the core tenets for a fully functioning democracy. So we just released our latest Freedom in the World a couple of weeks ago. Unfortunately, it documented 20 years of democratic decline. And religious freedom was one of those key indicators that declined over the 20 years. We're down, I think, globally to just 41 countries, or 41 countries. We're up to 41 countries that actually now either score 0 or 1 in our ranking, which is basically no religious freedom. And it's a common characteristic if you're a not free country. And that's why I keep harping on the authoritarian influence, because we see the authoritarians attach such great importance to this issue of denying religious freedom, not just to their own citizens, but as they try to exert their influence internationally. On the US, I would just flag, picking up on what was said earlier, I think the frustrating thing for me, as you see this growth of anti-Semitism, especially on the right, we're sitting here and celebrating America 250. It's not even 48. It's not World War II. We need to teach our children more effectively about the founding and the whole purpose behind this country. I'm from Pennsylvania. My ancestors were religious minorities, Protestants in a Catholic Europe, who got kicked out and invited to the colonies by William Penn. And so multiple states, multiple colonies were established for this primary purpose of religious freedom. And that is something that, conservatives even today, I think, young conservatives are not paying attention to what their founding fathers actually said about these issues, from George Washington to Thomas Jefferson. The record is clear, but it's either not being taught in the schools, it's not being paid attention to. But I think actually, even as we think about America 250, that's one avenue for the rest of the year to highlight some of these issues related to religious freedom, is something we're looking at currently at Freedom House, about how we can lend our voice that aspect of America 250.
I thought you were about to recreate the Bill Murray speech from Stripes. It goes, "We were kicked out of every country." I mean, that is sort of the, it is interesting to me, Rick, that we have a hard time. Jews have a hard time being seen as a protected minority the way other, whether it's religious groups or ethnic groups, sort of get the same empathy or benefit of the doubt. And, I've always is it because we're too small? Is there too few of us around the globe? I mean, there's not many of us.
Yeah, I mean, it's striking if you think back to the kind of the peak of the anti-racism push between about 2018 and 2021. If you think about the traits that were defined as manifestations of white supremacy culture, see if any of these sound familiar. The written word, reading, hard work, achievement, rigorous expectations. I mean, these are, basically anti-Semitic tropes repackaged as elements of whiteness. And, the fact that this went largely unremarked by lots of pedigreed educators and public intellectuals was always just remarkably striking to me. You asked about green shoots. I don't know that I have a particular group, but one way to think about this is we're talking partly about how energetic and how committed are folks in positions of influence to wrestling with these problems in tech, in media, in law, in business, in government. One of the things all these decision makers tend to have in common is they all have gone to college. And there's a question of what happens on the quad when we have performative protests, but there's also the questions of right or left, what ideas are we being exposed to? We're not teaching hardly any religion in K-12. What are we doing with religion in higher ed? Claremont McKenna's John Shields and a couple of colleagues did a terrific study last year where they used the Open Syllabus Project to look across millions of syllabi. Edward Said's Orientalism was assigned in 16,000 classes. It was assigned with Bernard Lewis in less than 1% of the time. It was assigned with Sam Huntington's Clash of Civilizations about 4% of the time. So what happens is when we are exposing students, when academics are exposing students these ideas, rather than taking the same exquisite care that comes up when they're teaching the new Jim Crow, or when they're teaching civil rights, or when they're teaching complex notions of diversity and inclusion that speak to any other traditional minority, when it comes to questions of when it comes to the bucket of questions attached to anti-Semitism, not only are they not delving into these with any kind of balance or symmetry, but they are overwhelmingly leaning into thinkers and figures who have figured large in the anti-Semitic pantheon. And this has gone, until Shields' paper, this is something that had not been talked about, that had not been acknowledged, that had not been recognized. What's a useful green shoot? Particularly in public university systems, state officials should simply be asking for some kind of accounting of what is being assigned in university and college courses that relates to these questions, and is there some kind of reasonable effort to expose students to competing perspectives, or is this entirely a narrative in which, can basically be summed up as Zionist repressors who are murdering innocent victims in Gaza, which is the Said narrative?
Can we disentangle Israel from Judaism as far as in these education spaces? And if you do it, how would you do it? Rick, I'll start with you.
Yeah, of course you can, and you should. Claudine Gay, an old classmate of mine, who was the president of Harvard 3 years ago, got in justifiable hot water with Congress because after Harvard had aggressively persecuted microaggressions for a decade, she suddenly found her inner free speech warrior when it came to From the River to the Sea. But, if Harvard had actually been a consistent and principled defender From the river to the sea is something that one ought to be able to say on campus. I think it's offensive and stupid. But the ability to talk about the politics of the Middle East, to make arguments with which many of us in the room might be deeply offended, needs to be part of the discourse. It is different for imputing, malice to caricatures of Jews or to engaging. That can and should be doable, but part of the problem is we have failed so miserably at addressing real anti-Semitism that there's a temptation to try to defend the issue broadly, which then tends to conflate the two.
And I think that's become a real challenge, particularly for younger American Jews. And I don't think there's a good answer here other than what, sort of like this is bad on top of bad, which then puts us in this situation. But do you guys have any thoughts about this and how we disentangle maybe is an awkward way of saying it, but it's sort of like, to me, it's like, look, you can criticize the Israeli government, but I'm going to die to the death for you to criticize the right to exist, right? Like, and it feels like that you can't even have that conversation online.
And I think putting that into an international context for students is important. All the environments in which we may criticize a government but not question the existence of that state.
Right.
And I think sometimes looking at these questions in the context of other forms of hate can be quite helpful. Certainly, we see that play out very effectively at a local level, where bringing communities together around different forms of hate and bringing them together in solidarity to find ways through can be very helpful. But again, I think the principle must be that any government can be criticized for its policies without their very existence being questioned. That is the red line, isn't it? And making that clear, I think, is important. I think that there's been quite a lot of talk about the rise in anti-Semitism actually not being a rise in anti-Semitism, but rather a rise in anti-Israeli sentiment, potentially legitimate critique. In the research that we've done, that in fact has not been the case. We actually see in the narratives online, when we look at the different sort of buckets of narrative, that old school religious anti-Semitism still accounts for a good 30% of those narratives. Old school sort of conspiracy theories about Jewish control and those types of tropes, another sort of 30%. The sort of Israel piece of the discourse is very, very small compared to the rest. It accounts for something like 10% total. So I would just push back on this idea that this is all really just political, somehow political critique. It's not. It really has whipped up all of the rest of that stuff that we have come, obviously, to associate with anti-Semitism writ large. So we need to be very clear about that.
Jamie, do you feel like the rise of anti-Semitism also coincides with a rise of almost anti-pluralism?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're inextricably linked. I mean, it's ultimately a sign. You said canary in the coal mine. I've said the same thing before about the health or lack thereof of our democracy. And again, it's not just a U.S. issue. I think Europeans are struggling with this as well. And so that's ultimately why it should be troubling for everyone, Jewish or not Jewish, because it says something significantly deeper about what's going on in our own societies. And if this is happening with these sorts of fringe views, it's also tied into some of the increases in political violence that we've just seen. Again, not just anti-Semitic violence, but just targeting our political figures. And so there are deep structural issues going on here where, yes, we can't rely alone on our politicians. I'm still somewhat optimistic, even after 30 years in Washington, that we will eventually have political leaders who can be more uniting.
I bow at the altar of Churchill.
Yes.
As Churchill said, America will always eventually do the right thing after it's exhausted every other path.
Yeah, but I think that's actually what we need: leadership, including at the political level. We need leadership from all segments of society. But some of this gets to how we operate as Americans, how we talk to each other about all issues, including religion, and whether we can actually remember what brings us together and not solely obsess about what might divide us.
Rick, would it be better if we were actually focusing on celebrating pluralism And then if you do that, it makes the anti-Semitism thing go away. Frankly, it helps with a lot of racist issues.
Yes. I don't know that it makes it go away.
Yeah.
But it certainly ameliorates it. I mean, one of the pathologies of, the current moment is that we have embraced, and again, I tend to come at this through the lens of education. If you think about the way we have talked about what makes for a strong applicant for college over the last 15 or 20 years, when you talk about what marks an engaged high schooler, what's powerful civics education, it's all rooted in concepts of activism, of getting out there, of changing something, of making a difference, and making a difference for a cause that's right. Well, I would argue that this actually is antithetical to any kind of appreciation of the American civic order, of constitutional right. That the notion that there's always a right and that formative experiences are about finding it, picking one, and then going out and making it happen is actually really troubling introduction to notions of pluralism, of checks and balances, of separation of powers, that we have to live and let live, that there are responsibilities along with rights. So yes, pluralism absolutely, but pluralism is part of a notion of citizenship in which it is much more important that we take time to understand and be grateful and appreciate the America we've inherited before we tell students that the best thing they can do is go out and lead a march.
One of my concerns about where we're headed, though, in education is that we're going to silo. Everybody's siloing. We're seeing, and not to make this about the public education system, but just the fracturing of it means we are going to have uneven ways people are taught. And you're going to have very religious culture. You're going to have a form of anti-pluralism being taught without it being called anti-pluralism.
Well, and I mean, in fact, this is obviously part of this larger backlash against technology that we're seeing play out. When we talk about phone bans in schools, if you saw the Yale report on trust in universities the other week, they talked about the need to get devices out of classrooms, partly because if students are going to inhabit a world where all of these digital phenomena we're talking about take place, it becomes ever more important that they enter that world with some kind of grounding, with some kind of sense of context and a body of knowledge and a set of human relationships that introduce them to those notions of pluralism and give them perspective in a real way. And that's, I think, what's being brushed as fear of AI coming for our jobs is, I actually think, a much healthier and more forward-looking response than it's being given credit for.
By the way, I want to open up to a few questions before our panel comes to an end, but Sasha, you wanted to jump in.
I just wanted to jump in on this because what strikes me in some of the narratives that we've seen now escalate since both October 7th and the Iran conflict, hashtag I stand with Iran trended across, that period and now is back. These extraordinary, sort of demonstrations of love and support for the Iranian regime, not the Iranian people. The education, you've been talking about historical education is absolutely critical, but international, an understanding of authoritarianism, an understanding of international relations is absolutely critical too. They don't have the context on Iran. The green shoot for me is that it is so stupid. And if we could correct some of these absolutely, incredible, assumptions being made, often by very young people, we could start to potentially disentangle the sort of useful idiots from the protagonists in these online environments. I'm sorry to say it that way, but it's often really enormous, ignorance circulating. And I do think, there are ways for us to work with influencers, people who are credible within these subcultures, be they on the hard left or far right or in Islamist environments and in spaces, gaming and other kinds of environments. There are ways for that kind of reach to happen credibly and to put in there, there's nothing nefarious, but really, setting the record straight on some of the fundamental miscomprehensions happening in those environments is absolutely necessary and doable. It's one of the things that we're trying to do now, but I think that, one could make some real headway there.
I bring this up at every morning meeting of the Jewish media conspiracy that we have, that
Yes.
most people think we have every morning. Questions? Who wants to jump in? Everybody's being shy. Well, I am. Oh, there we go. Yes, sir.
I'll stand. Houston Harris, thank you all for being here today. We've touched on specifically technology, the use of algorithms, and how an algorithm on a social media platform can immediately amplify a niche hateful comment to land on the pages of upwards of millions of users. I'm curious if any of you have policy solutions to this matter, whether it be specifically through self-regulation of social media platforms, or even through Congress and congressional measures that can be taken. I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on that.
Jamie, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I think we touched on some of this earlier. I think it's probably too late, unfortunately. Our social media platforms are structured a certain way. There's been some debate. Congress decided not to act ultimately. I've been a proponent of algorithmic transparency. I don't know that you can even force that upon the companies at this point. But as I've watched, I think a lot of social media users just struggle to understand why they see what they see in their feed. And that has led to a lot of then the fears about government is controlling. It's the Biden administration telling me I can't see something about the vaccines.
Right.
Or it's them saying that this is a Russian piece of content, so I can't see it, and then my account got shut down because I shared something that they said was Russian. There's just a lot of a distrust of the social media platforms and a lack of understanding about how they work. So I think the responsible thing there would be for just more ability of users to control their own social media environment and to decide how they're, but now the companies don't want to do it again because of the business model. And so it's that tug of war. As I mentioned earlier, we might have already just missed that window. And so then you move to where the LLM companies are going and how they're actually training their various models. That is an area that I think Congress should actively debate. And there we also need transparency to understand how these LLMs are functioning, what they were trained on, what sort of information, what information they don't have that they've already scraped. And so I think we're still in that moment where congressional action on LLM transparency is probably still possible. But we're also going to miss that window if we don't act soon.
Look, if you don't have government, you can have civil litigation. And we just saw, we're seeing what's happening. Both Meta and Google got hit hard in this cases that are going to all be in Los Angeles. I just interviewed the two lawyers about it. Is civil litigation an answer here?
Well, I think what's interesting about that case is
Because
that
it's a defect. They're arguing it's a defective product. They're not
Correct.
talking about they're
Speech.
steering clear of
Correct.
Section 230. This is about you have made a
Correct.
defective product.
it's about design.
Yeah.
It's essentially about algorithmic design. It's about addictive design, and I think that's a really interesting path to take. Ultimately, I think it would be wise to legislate in the direction of transparency. And there have been a couple of bipartisan bills put forward on transparency. Again, I say democracies need to go the transparency route, not the censorship route. But again, it's not about speech, that approach. Right. It's really about questioning, and auditing, ultimately, being able to open up to third-party sort of independent audit and scrutiny, algorithmic outcomes. And that requires data access, not to private data, it's to public data. And it doesn't require access to the actual algorithm or any of the super special secret source of the company. It's not going to undermine their ability to do business and compete. This is about being able to audit, which happens in other sectors. It happens in the financial services sector. Audit the outcomes of these algorithms in a way as to be able to share that in the public domain with legislators, with the wider public, for us to understand what is happening here. And then I do believe you do need processes of complaint and redress within these companies so that you can, in fact, deal with, let's say, over-moderation or censorial activity. But in order to get to the place where we're understanding whether that's happening or not, you actually need access to the data. Right now, the companies have gone backwards on that. They've been shuttering data access, so it's becoming more and more obscure. That black box, I don't think, is in anybody's interest.
In the 1920s and 30s, Rick, we had a lot of misinformation in advertising. magazine advertising, right? And two things happened. One, Consumer Reports was born, and they do a terrific job. They bought all those products, and what they do today is great. I actually one time went to the head of Consumer Reports and said, hey, why don't you get into the information business? And they said, oh, no, we're not doing that. But the FTC, right, is, we do regulate if you lie in advertising. Do we actually have the entity that should be doing this with algorithms? Is it you're as much of an expert on this as I am on that front, but one could argue we have a government regulatory body on this, sort of.
Yeah, those definitional questions are things that people who understand this better than I need to wrestle with. I mean, I do think, one piece, which has come out of Australia, that Jonathan Haidt has been championing, obviously, is when we're dealing with minors.
Oh, grab the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rick, sorry.
My apologies. One piece that's come out of Australia that Jonathan Haidt has been championing very effectively, and Jean Twenge, is, look, when we're dealing with minors, it's a very different conversation. And the idea of parental consent, of age verification, of all of these things are gathering, I think, extraordinary momentum for a reason. And these absolutely ought to be on the policymaking agenda.
We got one more.
Great.
Yeah, I was wondering if the panel would be willing to comment on the question of academic freedom in this. Rick, you mentioned about evaluating syllabi and questioning, balancing the scales of what gets taught. I'm wondering, just in my head, if we restrict academic freedom to try to win the battle against anti-Semitism, do we lose the larger war when it comes to freedom and democracy and expression of ideas in university spaces?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. I mean, partly it depends how we understand what academic autonomy means, what academic self-governance entails. I think if we had institutions where you had 16,000 faculty as signing the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and they were rarely matched with anything that debunked them, I think most people would say, wow, that looks like a problem. I am quite certain that if we had a huge number of colleges and universities signing racist tracts, big, explicitly racial tracts, as part of their undergraduate and graduate coursework, that this would be a huge issue, would be subject to civil rights investigations. One of the deals that is struck with higher ed around free speech, around free inquiry, around academic freedom, particularly when we're dealing with publicly subsidized institutions, which is just about everybody except Hillsdale, is that there are certain responsibilities that they take on. It seems to me that it is entirely reasonable to ask institutions, when dealing with ideologically colored, politically colored topics, to hold themselves to some sort of standard. Are we actually promoting healthy discourse? Are we exposing students to competing perspectives? Are we actually fairly presenting competing views on live debates? If campuses are not, that seems to me like a profound institutional failure that they should try to address on their own. That is certainly how I would prefer to see this addressed, which is why what I talk about with public institutions, for instance, is state education agencies asking for reporting from the institutions they oversee so that we can have constructive conversations. But if this is pointed out, if this is identified, if universities look at this and faculty say, no, you know what? We are so committed to only teaching one side of these debates in a way that is consistent with the tropes of anti-Semitism that we are absolutely unwilling to start assigning competing perspectives, then I actually think notions of academic freedom start to come into tension with notions of why and whether the public is underwriting universities, why it is funding research, why it is subsidizing student loans and funding Pell Grants. And there are real questions about whether those institutions ought to continue to benefit from public largesse. We had this play out with racist institutions in higher ed in the early 1980s. And I think cutting off funds or bringing public policy to bear is the last resort. But if institutions are unwilling to manage themselves in a responsible fashion, I think sometimes you have to come to that point.
You guys want to chime in on the academic? Yeah. Anytime you can stay out of academic politics, huh? Listen, this was terrific. Look, we can't. It some of this feels frustrating because it feels like it's out of our control, and I think that that's ultimately, and that there's no single answer here. We need to do better on the education before they see the bad stuff in technology. We need more of the transparency. We need more governments to sort of understand that a rise of anti-Semitism is really a rise of anti-pluralism, is really a rise of anti-small d democracy. And that, to me, that's the big takeaway I'm coming away with this, which is I think we need to frame this as anti-freedom and anti-democracy. And when people see it that way, we might have a better shot. So thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming back to the stage Dr. Robert Williams and Dr. Brian Hughes.
So for those of you not from Washington, D.C., this panel was not originally on the agenda until yesterday because one of the realities of Washington, D.C. is that politicians' schedules are dynamic. And as a result, we have to fill 20 minutes. So we're going to have a conversation on something that is simultaneously a form of anti-Semitism in the case of Holocaust denial, but also a gateway to anti-Semitism in the case of distortion of the Holocaust. And you might think that these are the same things, but they're not. So we'll start with just a little back and forth between Brian and myself, but then I'd really just like to open it up to the audience for a dialogue, because I think we do live in an environment where history of all kinds, whether it's the history of the Holocaust or the history of our own country, is really under threat. An attempt to create a comfortable past as opposed to one that you really need to wrestle with. And wrestling with our past, not just the times that we've done well, but the times when we've really fallen short of our ideals, is what drives us forward as a people. And we see movements across the political spectrum trying to force us in the other direction. So with that preamble, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Brian Hughes.
Absolutely. Thank you for that preamble. Well, I'll just dive right into it, because it seems to me that denial and distortion, sometimes they come out of ignorance, and sometimes they come out of malice. And so their relationship to anti-Semitism might vary a little bit depending on where along the spectrum denial or distortion originates. Can you tell us a little bit about that? How are distortion and denial anti-Semitic?
So we'll start with denial. Denial's the easiest, right? So Holocaust denial, I don't want to be pedantic, but I'll define it for everybody. Holocaust denial is an attempt to deny the reality of the Holocaust. That is the intentional state-sponsored murder of approximately 6 million Jews by Nazi Germany and its collaborators. And I'm going to emphasize the collaborator part because this sometimes creeps into the narrative. Denying the reality of the Holocaust is essentially claiming that any discussion of the Holocaust is a form of a conspiracy. The idea that Jews made up the Holocaust. And if you're claiming that the Jewish people made up the Holocaust for any manner of ends, you're engaging in anti-Semitic conspiracy thinking. That's why it's very easy to say Holocaust denial is anti-Semitism, full stop. Okay, that's the end of that debate. Holocaust distortion's trickier. So distortion of the Holocaust can consist of things as simple as misrepresenting the facts, saying 3 million Jews died in the Holocaust, 11 million Jews died in the Holocaust. There were 8 million victims of the Holocaust, and you don't mention the Jews. It can also consist of ways to reframe the reality of the Holocaust in ways that can appear conspiracist. But the difference between denial and distortion, in a certain sense, comes from the perspective of intention. So how do you, well, we've heard it a few times today, right? Americans aren't really good at history. They don't really know the reality of the world around them. So if a state, the state of Michigan, has on its law that there were 8 million Holocaust victims, or is it 11 million? It doesn't matter, it's a wrong number. I think it's 11 million. Is that distortionist? Yes. Is it intentional, cynical, anti-Semitic distortion? No. What they're really going from is an old line from Simon Wiesenthal that talks about it is 11 million. 6 million Jewish victims, 5 million non-Jewish victims. Something that Simon consciously said, I use this line to make non-Jews interested in the subject. But if the Holocaust is the murder of 6 million Jews, you can't say 11 million. Then there are intentional forms of distortion. These are the Nick Fuentes forms of distortion, or these are the forms of distortion of actually certain governments in Central Europe who will say things like, a few 100,000 Jews died during the Holocaust, or the Holocaust was an anti-communist action, and the only reason Jews died is because they're all communists. That's a cynical anti-Semitic form of distortion. The end result is the same, though. See, it doesn't really matter if you're distorting because you're a cynical anti-Semite or if you're ignorant of the facts. Because, well, for two reasons. On a moral, ethical level, it's an insult to the memory of the victims and survivors of the Holocaust to misrepresent their reality. And on a practical level, if you invite doubt about key facts of the Holocaust, you invite denial, you invite more dangerous forms of conspiracy thinking vis-a-vis the Jewish people, you invite anti-Semitism into the door. So that's why you have to push back against both, but the approaches ultimately differ, right? Denial can be treated as outright anti-Semitism. Distortion, because one knows not the secrets that lie in the hearts of men and women, distortion should be treated as an educational imperative first before it becomes punitive.
Are there different populations or audiences that are more susceptible to denial or distortion? Or are there, maybe just to take the question more broadly, are there audiences whom we should be paying particularly close attention to, where the consequences could be more impactful?
Denial at the end of the day, fortunately, is a relative micro phenomenon. You know, we've paid a lot of attention to it. We still pay a lot of attention to it. It's interesting, actually. The foremost deniers, they are grandfathers. I'm not trying to be gendered here. The grandfathers of Holocaust denial, like so many things, you can blame it on two countries. You can blame it on France, and you can blame it on the United States. But the one thing that we also forget about these grandfathers of Holocaust denial is they were all academics. They all had PhDs, which gave it a certain credibility in the 1950s and 1960s. 1940s, actually, in the case of the United States. A man named Harry Elmer Barnes was a pacifist who started a lot of these myths. But over the course of its trajectory, really in the 1980s and 1990s, including, we heard a lot about Deborah Lipstadt earlier, the Lipstadt-Irving trial really was a nail in the coffin for outright denial. So distortion is the bigger risk, because you see distortion really across the spectrum. As far as which audiences you should be addressing with distortion, we could debate this. I know a lot of people in the room are interested in secondary education, for example. I think secondary education is a place where you can begin to address distortion, but you can't stop at the secondary education level, and my team is going to roll their eyes. They're all going to roll their eyes when they hear me say this. I see Andrea doing that already. The problem with secondary education at the end of the day is you're banking a lot of investment of time and resource in trying to assume that somebody's going to remember something they learned when they're 14 or 15 years old. I had 2 years of ancient Greek in high school, and I don't remember any of it. You have to continue to address these issues over the life of the individual in order to keep watering that seed that you plant at the secondary level. So for my part, I would instead focus on some of our professions. The individuals who were educated, who can create the conditions to speak with authority and point out a fact from a fiction, and to work with civil society experts to help them sort out those facts and fictions. This is especially important at the policy level. So we've been talking a lot about the United States today. Let's pick on another country. I think I'm still allowed to go there, but I'll pick on Serbia for a moment, right? And Croatia, because why not? Let's make both sides angry. In those two countries, two of the principal countries of the former Yugoslavia, you have two different myths about the Holocaust. On the Serb side of the Krajina, now you've all learned a new word, that's the word for border. On the Serb side of the border, the myth is essentially, in part due to the Ottoman Empire that Chuck Todd was reminding us about earlier, Jews and Serbs were treated as second-class citizens by the Muslims who controlled Serbia, and therefore Jews and Serbs have a kinship that makes them inseparable. And that's a good thing in a lot of ways. But when it comes to the history of the Second World War and the Holocaust, it leads to a certain blending of memory. And the background of history here is important. Serbs and Jews, principally speaking, during the Second World War were victims of the Croatians, not the Germans. Now, the Germans occupied most of Serbia, but so too did the Croats. And the Croats had a genocidal policy against the Serbs and a genocidal policy against Jews. And what you see in today's Serbia is an attempt to take the mantle of the Holocaust as this paradigmatic genocide of the 20th century and take some elements of that history and apply it to the Serbian experience. Not problematic per se, but what it does is it confuses things from a Serbian education perspective. There should certainly be a focus on the genocide of the Serbian people alongside a focus on the genocide of the Jews. All right, let's go to the other side of the Krajina now. Croatia. Croatia is really interesting because the Croatians very happy to talk about the mass murder of Jews in Croatia because, well, it's what everyone in the EU does. And they'll even acknowledge the genocide that was carried out against the Roma. There's a new memorial, about 3 years old, right outside of Jasenovac, which was the principal killing site in Croatia, to Roma victims. But nothing about the Serbs. No acknowledgement that there was a genocide of the Serbian people. And anytime the Serbian genocide comes up, you see something funny happen. Not funny, ha-ha, unusual funny. You see a minimization of the number of victims overall killed by the Croatians. You'll see numbers as low as, at Jasenovac, 7,000 people killed at Jasenovac. Well, about 110 to 120,000 people were actually killed there. And then on the other side of the border, let's go back to Serbia, you see a vast exaggeration of those numbers. You'll see, literally on the other side of the river, signs that say 800,000 victims of Jasenovac. It muddies the waters. It makes it hard to engage with this history, and ultimately it makes this history kind of a weapon that gets used to fight today's battles as opposed to something that's treated on its own merits.
I've heard you use the term rehabilitation as a way of describing how we should approach these problems. Can you tell us what you mean by that, what you mean by rehabilitation?
Now I'm going to look at my State Department colleague because she's heard me talk about this a lot too. So rehabilitation is essentially a short form word for any attempt to whitewash, exculpate, rehabilitate, restore, essentially to turn a villain of the Holocaust into a hero. And this is something that we see not just across Europe, but we also see it across the United States and in Canada. So if you go to How many of you went to summer camp in Burnaby, Wisconsin? No one, yeah. Well, there's a summer camp in Burnaby, Wisconsin that has statues to Ukrainian collaborators from the Holocaust. There is a statue on the south side of Chicago to one of those same collaborators, and then one on the north side to a Latvian collaborator. I promised Charlie I wouldn't do this, but I will. At NASA headquarters, NASA's facility in Huntsville for a long time, there was a statue to somebody a lot of us may have heard about, Wernher von Braun. Right. Wernher von Braun got us to the moon. Elon Musk has the Wernher von Braun Prize. But Wernher von Braun was also a member of the SS who oversaw the Nazis' V-2 rocket program, which rained down rockets on London, yes, but also used tens of thousands of Jewish slave laborers. That's a more mild case than what we see in Europe, though. So I just want to make sure he didn't show up. Okay. Hungarian ambassador was going to join us. In Hungary, I'm serious, he's an old friend, actually. In Hungary, the Hungarian government, a couple years ago, took the writing of Imre Kertész, who at the time had been Hungary's only Nobel laureate and a survivor of the Holocaust, took Kertész's works completely out of the educational curriculum, and in its place put in the works of Albert Voss and Josef Nero, two fascists who were known for their violent, vicious anti-Semitism. So it can happen at the curricular level. It can happen through innocent means. And now let's talk about something that is even more complicated, Ukraine. So I think many of us in this room would find it equally problematic the ways that the Russian Federation has been talking about irredemptive fascism in Ukraine. But unfortunately, the Ukrainians, including the current government, sometimes make that easy for the Russians to say. There are about 170, 180 Ukrainian collaborators with the Nazis whose names appear on street signs, who have statues all over the country. One of them had a commemorative coin. One of them had a soccer stadium named after him in Ternopil right before the Russian invasion. These were individuals who were involved in the anti-communist resistance in Ukraine, but they were also Nazi collaborators responsible for the mass murder of tens of thousands of Jews, and in a couple of cases, responsible for the mass murder of about 100,000 ethnic Poles in what is now Western Ukraine. So these cases are happening more and more and more, and we're seeing some of the structures that used to fight against that, particularly U.S. government structures, have been increasingly weakened over the course of the last decade. We used to be the only bulwark against this and us and the German government, and I don't know if we have the wherewithal to push against it anymore.
On that note, we have a little bit of time to take questions from the audience. If anyone has anything that they'd like to ask, now is the time.
Or I can teach you more Serbo-Croatian.
I've learned more foreign words working with Rob.
I think to the last point, are there other, and I'm also thinking about like the Russian disinformation campaigns that the State Department used to educate people on, and that's no longer happening either. Are there others who can take up the mantle, not government, that might, maybe academic institutions, that could help make sure that this stays in front of mind? And what does that kind of partnership look like? And who do you think should be involved?
Thank you for that. It's serendipitous. A lot. If you can even pull my little notes there. I have USIA model. You know, maybe it's the product of growing up in the 1980s, but in a lot of ways, we were better situated to address a lot of these issues during the Cold War because we weren't only trying to address a dynamic media landscape or a few bad government actors or a declining education system. We had these structures in place where we were trying to tackle all of these issues at the same time. We were engaged in intercultural dialogue. We were engaged in funding resources like Radio Free Europe or Voice of America or USIA, the U.S. Information Agency, was really the outgrowth of the most successful case we have of mass re-education of anti-Semites. Anyone want to guess what that most successful massive effort to re-educate anti-Semites was? Okay, I may put it another way. Does anyone think the German people stopped being anti-Semites on May 8th, 1945? Right. The U.S. occupation of Germany provided an opportunity for us to build new educational structures, new intercultural exchange structures, new funding structures, an entirely new media culture to rehabilitate people away from anti-Semitism. We lost the ability to do that really beginning around 1992 when it was announced that we would close USIA, and those structures have been degenerating ever since. There's nobody coming back to do that. OSCE isn't doing it. The UN certainly isn't doing it. I think what we ultimately need is a consortium of independent academic institutions like the USC Shoah Foundation in partnership with some key international Jewish institutions, in partnership with some like-minded organizations dealing with other forms of bias and hate. And the media piece is essential here. Finding partners who are working on media freedom issues, cultural literacy, media literacy. We have to bring people together. Building that sort of structure is going to require some sort of task force model, but it's something that we're thinking about.
I think that's our time.
All right. Well, we successfully killed 20 minutes, but I'm happy to take further questions in the margins. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage our moderator, Joe Grogan of the USC Schaefer Institute, and panelists.
Thank you. Thank you for sticking around for the last panel. It's always a difficult challenge, but this should be a great conversation, and I'm very pleased to be here and be part of it. My name is Joe Grogan. I'm a senior visiting scholar at the USC Schaefer Institute, and I'm just going to give a quick bio. You can read them, search them on Wikipedia. Some of the bios go over a page because the number of achievements that our panelists have. But Professor Cornell William Brooks is a professor of the practice of public leadership and social justice at the Harvard Kennedy School, director of the William Monroe Trotton Collaborative for Social Justice, and former president and CEO of the NAACP. To his left is John Lewis, a research fellow at the Program on Extremism at George Washington University. And to his left is Farah Pandith, senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. So I'm gonna Delish give an opening statement, but I want to just frame it a little bit with an open-ended question that maybe you could wend into your comments, and that would be, your impression with the amount of work that you've done and how long you've been involved in this subject of where we are as a country today. We talked about, the post-World War II era, and I'm just wondering from your perspective, both personal experience and in your research, where you think we stand as a country. Professor, would you like to start?
Great. First of all, let me just begin with a word of appreciation to the conveners, the directors,
the board, all the supporters, certainly everyone in the audience. My friend who's here somewhere, CC Chan, certainly want to thank her for her leadership and support. In response to the question of where we are now, I believe we are in a place where our history should not cause us to despair, but it certainly sobers us with respect to what I believe is an if not unique, certainly distinctive challenge, which is to say that we face anti-Semitism, thinking in terms of Hannah Arendt, that it's not merely political, but it is utilitarian in the sense that it calls upon those who are victimized to participate in their own victimization alongside others. So this is a moment in which we see those who claim to champion the fight against anti-Semitism consorting with those who perpetuate other forms of hate. So in other words, we have those who engage in anti-Black racism, who engage in xenophobia, claiming to stand with Jewish people, and thereby making Jewish people less safe. These systems, platforms, technology are fueled with a measure of capital, certainly sophisticated technology that allows these kinds of movements to be global. Concrete example. On the campus where I teach at Harvard University, we have had challenges with anti-Semitism. We've had challenges with Islamophobia and various forms of hate. I, as a civil rights lawyer of 30 years, am heartened when I see the United States government take action against civil rights violations. As a former civil prosecutor at the Department of Justice, I am heartened when the government takes a vigorous and strong stand against hate. But when the government declines to investigate that which they claim to stand against, it is in fact problematic. When the government declines to read, to interview the witnesses in a report on anti-Semitism, it is problematic. When the government ignores another report on Islamophobia written at the same time, it is problematic. When the government says they're standing against anti-Semitism and uses this anemic stance to go after academic freedom and the funding for research, it is problematic in two respects. It insults victims of real discrimination. And as a civil rights lawyer who's looked into the eyes of people who have been humiliated, people who have been hurt, people who have been demeaned, I take very seriously people's stories and their testimonies. It is also problematic because it leaves the victims of discrimination to answer for the misdeeds of those who engage in discrimination, which is to say, when DEI is banned and Jewish people are blamed for that, that's a problem. When medical research is canceled and Jewish people are blamed for that, that is a problem. But even more to the point, where we have a history that suggests that we are stronger together than we are apart, it is a problem for when our coalitions are fractured, when our good intentions are called into question, when our ethical traditions, not the least of which, prominent among which, is the Jewish ethical canon, which I would argue, as someone trained in systematic theology and a fourth-generation minister in the Black church, informs the prophetic tradition of the Black church, which fueled the civil rights movement, which provides us with a modern metaphor, an example, and precedent for how we stand against anti-Semitism in the moment. So this moment in which we find ourselves in, it is not unique. It is certainly distinctive, and so much so that we have to stand together in a way that we have not heretofore stood together. Just an opening observation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Lewis with the Program on Extremism. I joined the program in 2018. We're a nonpartisan research center that has tried to study, using primary source records, every form of violent extremism in the U.S. Islamism, far right, far left, jihadism. What we've seen since 2018 is the mainstreaming of this threat. You look at the Unite the Right rally in 2017, the white supremacists marching with tiki torches chanting "the Jews will not replace us." What we see since then is the mainstreaming and the diversification of anti-Semitic tropes, anti-Semitic conspiracies. These ideas have escaped containment, right? We go from something like the Great Replacement conspiracy, for example, right? This deeply anti-Semitic idea that Jews are conspiring with globalists, with the Democrats, with the left in Europe, in the US to flood the country with non-whites to replace the white population. If you go back to 2017, 2018, this is something you had to go looking for, right? In fringe, invite-only neo-Nazi chat rooms. Today, it's repeated on in the halls of Congress as a fact, right? And what happens when we see individuals with major platforms, social media platforms, positions of authority, blue check marks on social media platforms? These words have meaning. They trickle down. And what we see time and time again is that this emboldens individuals across the ideological spectrum who might not be deeply read. They might not have deep, well thought out ideologies or worldviews, but what they're looking for is a justification, something they can latch onto that gives them, with their mix of, maybe some personal issue in their life, whatever, maybe whatever it is that has unhinged them from reality, that they can look at and say, this is enough to push me to the point where I need to go pick up a gun and go try and kill Jews. And we see time and time again in Pittsburgh, Poway, El Paso, and elsewhere that this vitriol has real-world implications, has real-world results. We see it at the shooting in Buffalo, the Top supermarket, that individuals who are terminally online, who are just reacting to this flood of information, continue to pick up, engage with it, and use it to commit acts of violence. And what we see is that what this really does is it broadens the aperture of folks who can fall down those rabbit holes, right? When every social media platform that you open has anti-Semitic content on it, when every pathway for young individuals, mainly young men, whether it's fitness, dating, whether it's sports, any of these online spaces are flooded with anti-Semitic grifters, influencers whose only goal is clicks, is views, is content. They've realized that being anti-Semitic, spreading this hate speech is a good way to go viral, to get more clicks. And what we see from that point forward is these individuals are emboldened. We see these neo-Nazi groups, Blood Tribe, Patriot Front, the Goyim Defense League, marching, doing rallies, doing flyers, doing on college campuses, banner drops. And again, these are not terrorist masterminds, right? They could not plot their way out of a paper bag, but they are a pathway. They are an entry point where you can become more radicalized. You can fall down that rabbit hole. You can find like-minded individuals who will just push you deeper and deeper into that space. And increasingly, what we see that's really challenging from the violent extremism perspective is that the threat is the network, right? Anti-Semitism is the glue that connects so many of these disparate ideologies. These are terminally online individuals who have no hierarchy, have no leadership, there's no clan headquarters that the SPLC can sue out of existence, right? These are an individual in their mom's basement who is talking to a 19-year-old in Columbus, Ohio about a power grid attack or a synagogue attack, purely based on their belief in these ideologies. And what we really have is this lowered barrier to entry, right? 20, 30 years ago, if you wanted to become some kind of violent extremist, if you wanted to read this literature, you had to go into the woods, find an old militia guy with a big gray beard, and he'd give you some printed out copies of something he got from his fax machine. Today, it's on your phone, right? You can find the Christchurch Shooters Manifesto through one Google search. And what we see time and time again is that our counterterrorism framework is designed to go after designated foreign terrorist organizations and their American supporters. And so we have material support to designated terrorist groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. But what we've really seen is that as I'm sure Farrah will talk about, the cupboard is bare otherwise, right? We don't have any sort of de-radicalization, disengagement strategy that can be twisted to go after individuals who are spreading anti-Semitic hate. Obviously, look, it's supposed to be hard to counter domestic terrorism, right? We are the most free country in the world with the freest speech in the world. It is not illegal to hold abhorrent anti-Semitic views. And so this is always going to create a very challenging gray area. But I think as many of the panelists today have discussed, and as I'm sure we'll discuss in the rest of the panel, these words, this rhetoric has real world consequences. We see day after day individuals who are mobilized, who are radicalized because of this hate speech. And I think that, yeah, this clearly, it's a challenge that's not going away and that requires a deep, complex understanding of these drivers in order to counter the threat. Thank you.
So good afternoon to everyone. Really upbeat, huh? I'm going to make it worse. I'm sorry. Our country's in the 250th year, okay? We are also in the 25th year since the attacks on 9/11. Professor Brooks talked about this being a distinctive time. It certainly is. It's also a really sobering one on so many levels. I want to just stress a couple of aspects to the landscape that we are in today, where it is a more dangerous threat environment than it was on 9/11. Over the last 25 years, we have watched an uptick in certain types of extremism that we didn't have on our radar screen when 9/11 happened. We thought we understood what the threat was. John just did a really nice job of defining the kinds of things that we're seeing in today's world. But it goes back, I think, a lot about what I was briefed on when I came into government after 9/11 about the militia groups in the United States. And I used to think to myself, how can they really be a threat? There were hundreds of them, but they were really tiny. They didn't have any juice. They couldn't really go very far. Here we are 25 years later, and we're just dealing with that. We're dealing at a scale that we did not know that could be built. Why? Well, Professor Brooks talked about technology. We talked about laws that have to go into place with regard to social media companies that are not taking this threat seriously. We've talked about a change in our attitude around hate. I know some of the panelists earlier today did talk about this. Suddenly it's all just part of the ecosystem in which we live, and it's just another thing that's happening. I need us to put on the brakes here. Where we are today, we don't have to be here today. Our threat landscape is scary and horrible and terrible and sobering because we've looked the other way. Because we have said it is okay that year after year after year, we see the changes in anti-Semitism and everybody is just like, it's gone up 2%, it's gone up 4%, it's okay. We've watched what's happened to minorities across our country and we've seen the bleed between different kinds of hate and we think it's okay. The reason why we are where we are is because there's been no resilience force that's been built. And the resilience force, the good news is that it is possible to build resilience. It is possible. What I find astonishing is that at 9/11, we're all wringing our hands trying to figure out how did this happen? Where did they get the money? How did they organize? What do we need to do? You had every kind of community in our country coming together, saying, let's work together to figure out how to build resilience. And then somehow, in our ecosystem, that all went away. And so when I think about where we are, we're in a fractured moment. We are not cohesive as a country. Forget about the politics side. Let's talk about the human decency side. Is it okay to hate? Have we really come to that place where we think it's perfectly fine that if you're gay or you're a woman or you're Jewish or you're Muslim or whatever you happen to be, it's okay? We've come to a place where every kind of discussion is fueled with a kind of energy that didn't exist before. And it makes it impossible to think about how we navigate through this space with determination and focus, because it's become a very energetic conversation with anyone that you have. Emotions are at a completely different level. People can't hear about solutions without thinking about, is there a contest between which kind of hate is more horrible than another? Newsflash, it's all terrible. And so, as somebody who has worked on fighting hate and extremism over the last 25 years, starting with AQ, going to ISIS, thinking about Hamas and Hezbollah, okay. Talking in the background, by the way, I was just speaking earlier during the break about the indications that we were going to have a really terrible situation with anti-Semitism decades ago. Like when we were watching about this, we began to see changes in Europe vis-a-vis extremism, and everybody kind of thought that's not the thing we need to look at. So today, when I look at all of this, I think to myself, okay, if I'm looking at this landscape that's far worse than it was on 9/11, if I understand that there is a movement of different kinds of hate, if I see the fact that that we had at one point some determination to actually solve these problems, I think to myself, what was in the toolbox? Well, we don't have what was in the toolbox anymore, okay? The soft power solutions to fighting hate of any kind don't exist the way they did before. So extremism, the ideology of extremism, whether it's anti-Semitism or anti-Muslim hate or anti-Hindu hate, whatever it is, there's no border. You can't say, okay, this is only happening in this country. I mean, we all understand that ideology has no border. So for me, I look at what is the toolkit that we have left. Well, we don't have USIA. We don't have USAID. We don't have a public diplomacy arm at the State Department that's doing anything at the scale it needs to do it. We don't have funders, philanthropy, foundations, and business who should be putting tens of billions of dollars into fighting all kinds of hate. 25 years after 9/11, we have some amazing NGOs that are out there that are fighting hate and extremism. On 9/11, we didn't have the number we have today. So I look at this situation and I think, okay, we not only don't have the leadership that we need around fighting hate and extremism, we don't have the toolkit, and we have no policy in place to actually activate different countries in a way that is coming together, that is not just America doing this, or it's not just the EU doing this. Because ideology has no borders, it requires all of us to think differently. So let me pause and say one last thing before we turn it to a different question. Where are we today? We are in a place that is the tipping point. Either we invest in Gen Z, millennials, and Gen Alpha, and say we do not want these generations to grow up in a place where it is okay to watch these things happen on college campuses, in their workplace, in general society, or it's not. And if we don't make a decision that it is okay, we will be 25 years from now looking at this moment and thinking, why didn't we? So I think it is a moment where we have to pause and ask ourselves the question, who are we? As Americans in our 250th year, as policymakers, for those of you who were in this post 9/11, did we do what we think we should have done? And I have to say, with somebody's looking at directions, I have to say that with everything that we have learned, I would say this: if we put the investment in, the moment can change.
Okay, well, you spoke last, and the next question I want to start with you, because you spoke about 9/11, and of course that was an incredibly shocking moment for the United States. Were you, and I'd like to go to John and Professor as well, were you surprised on October 8th, the day after the attacks in Israel, about the reaction on a lot of college campuses and this sort of eruption of anti-Semitism that I got to be honest, from my own perspective, I mean, some of it was really shocking to see stickers of ultralights on backpacks and seeming celebration of mass murder. And having looked at the data and having lived through that post 9/11 experience and participated in building so much of the apparatus to fight terrorism, were you surprised that there was this much anti-Semitism that was willing to erupt publicly and be so vocal about how much they hated?
I'm really glad you brought up the attacks on October 7th, because that's part of the landscape that I didn't mention, both October 7th, the attacks by Hamas, as well as the Iran war, because it's changed the dynamic, and I'm going to bring that back together in this way. I was not surprised. And I wasn't surprised because something has happened in America over the last 12 years that has actually shifted. Will you remember on 9/11, the Democrats and Republicans stood side by side on, they held hands. They said, we are one. We had a conversation in America where everybody didn't love each other for sure, but we were more civil. We knew how to engage. I had seen a change that had been happening because of the work that I had done traveling around the world, that in fact, this anti-Jewish, the conspiracy theories, the anti-Israel stuff, I mean, wasn't surprising to me. So I wasn't surprised. I mean, it didn't, what did surprise me, however, was that people were surprised that we were in a place in America where it suddenly, I don't know what people were thinking about. We were in Disneyland or something. Were they not looking around and seeing the activation that had changed across the board? I think that's what's so scary, though, because when you see the dots of things that are changing, that's the time to scream. You know, it is not when the worst possible thing happens, it's when you see the needle moving. So I wasn't surprised. I would say one last thing. Because we did not have it could not have been a non-emotional conversation around October 7th. It was impossible to take a step in a direction that said, how do we take some of this energy and this fear and this worry and turn it into something that builds resilience in America to protect American Jews from what is happening? We did not see that turn. And I think that is really, that's a terrible lesson to have learned.
John?
Yeah, I would obviously echo many of Farah's points. I would say too that what we've seen in the younger generations is apathy and disillusionment. Right? These are individuals who don't, in many cases, see a future for themselves, or in many cases see a government, see elected officials that they don't feel are working in their best interests or working in America's best interests. And I think that in that void floods all of the conspiracies, all of the misinformation. We saw very quickly after October 7th how social media platforms can be weaponized, how as the last panel talked about, how the shocking lack of media literacy can just lead to opinions being formed based on 6 or 8 second TikTok clips or cut off Twitter videos. And I think, look, again, for a lot of these individuals, they don't have deeply held beliefs. They're not ideologues. They're what Matt Levitt would call useful idiots, right? They are very easily led astray and increasingly willing to latch on to whatever conspiracy, whatever ism is flooding the zone. And I think especially in the immediate aftermath of October 7th, what we saw were concentrated efforts from both foreign disinformation, foreign interference, as well as through domestic influencers who knew that there was clout, there was money in being anti-Semitic, in flooding the zone with anti-war, anti-Israel propaganda that increasingly crossed that line into anti-Semitism. And I think, look, whenever you're talking about the beliefs of college kids on campuses, we should be careful to not paint all of them as terrorist believers. And I think that in a lot of these cases, these were individuals who were parroting anti-Semitic tropes that in many cases they may not have even heard of a week or two before. But there's anger, there's resentment, and I think in a lot of those cases it was very easy to see how that bubbled up, becomes a call and response, and as soon as the university cracks down on it, that's a reason to go protest more. And so I think that it certainly wasn't a surprise. I think it's, if anything, it's, as Farah said, surprise at the surprise.
Professor? Let me just note, I wasn't surprised at all. As a civil rights lawyer who's traveled the country extensively, after 9/11, it is true, let me note, that America came together for a moment, but there was vicious Islamophobia thereafter. And so when we think about October 7th and this vicious vectoring upward of anti-Semitism, why would we be surprised given this history of this country, right? So in other words, these moments in our country and in the world act as windows and elevators. Windows that reveal what is already here that we have not addressed, and elevators that raise and make more prominent that which we have long ignored. And so I'm reminded in this moment that one of my students at the Kennedy School wrote an op-ed in the Boston Globe that's very sobering and I think very apropos in this moment. She asked the question, why won't my professors teach? So in other words, when Jewish people are kidnapped, terrorized, put in tunnels, and professors across the country duck the issue. Nobody wants to talk. Nobody wants to engage. Nobody wants to teach for fear sometimes of misstating the question or misstating the answer, but fundamentally not grappling with the ugliness in our midst. And so my point being here is that we can chastise young people for engaging in irresponsible speech, but perhaps we need to call ourselves into account for not teaching prior to these moments, engaging prior to these tragic moments. So I'm a professor. I'm just not entirely sure we need to outsource all the blame to the people who are younger than us without calling ourselves into account.
Let me ask you that, because John mentioned the reservoir of anti-Semitism that seems to breed among people who are disillusioned and don't see any future. But why did we see that on college campuses, I guess? I mean, shouldn't that be our most optimistic members of society? They're at college. Some of them were at Ivy League institutions. And there wasn't immediate, there was foreign influence active shortly after the attacks on October 7th. But there were also protests that were pretty quick to take shape on some of America's most elite college campuses and many college campuses across the country. Why are students, is it a fact that we're not inviting these conversations and they're not able to engage in a collaborative fashion in the classroom and they're online brewing in this stuff, or what's going on college campuses?
I mean, I think it's the reality that campuses are not always the bastions of free speech that I think we put them up to be, right? Like I think these are also campuses that many of these invited white supremacist or openly racist anti-Semitic speakers over the years, and a student organization would invite them. There would be protests against that speaker on the campus. Several notable examples around the alt-right that I think are pertinent. But no, I think it really does just lay bare the fact that college campuses are not the utopia that maybe we put them up to be in our heads. These are buildings, right? And I think it's about the people who are inside of them. And I think that increasingly, whether it's the teachers, the faculty, the staff, the students, we're all susceptible to falling down that rabbit hole, to believing disinformation, to latching on to these conspiracies that, again, in many of these instances, may have already furthered individuals' own beliefs, right? And again, that's, I always go back to I always talk about my mom is a Facebook mom through and through. If she sees news that she thinks is on her side that supports one of her views, she believes it automatically, right? If it's anything the other side, she's questioning who posted that, is it accurate, whatever. And I think that as we see media literacy, it's old and young, right? It's we are getting, maybe not dumber, but we are losing an ability to really cut through the noise, cut through the propaganda, and understand, especially in a complex international conflict, understand what is actually going on.
Farrah, what would you, feel free to answer that, but I'm also interested in what you think could be done on college campuses. If you weren't surprised by October 8th, go back in time. You're the president of Pick the University 10 years before, and your thought is, if there is a horrific anti-Semitism attack in Israel, I want our students here, I don't want any of them out there with bumper stickers that celebrate this type of activity. And I'm going to build the infrastructure and the conversations to make that happen. What would you do?
So I want to make a couple of points before I answer your question. I think it's interesting. It's not about, let's remember how old students are on college campuses and the generation that they are very different than anything we have ever experienced. They're digital natives. They've experienced a pandemic. I mean, you know all the stuff. It is a different generation, and I think it is wrong for us to assume anything about what that experience is like, because none of us have lived through that. And that's the first really important point. I think it is very cute that everybody has conversations about elite schools versus non-elite schools. Humans are humans, and they're absorbing what is taking place on their cell phones. So the person that's going to the community college, forgive me, a great community college, or the person who's going to Harvard, is equally able to absorb what they see on their phone with a swish of their finger. The people that are, and I know the panel talked about the algorithms, and I'm not going to get into that, but I want to say to you that these kids are not in a vacuum. They're living they're part of our life. We have made it so that every 5 seconds they have to refresh their page. We have been, and some of you, by the way, are addicted to your phones too. They're a product of their parents that raised them. They're a product of their mosques and synagogues and temples and churches. They're a product of living life. And so when I think about what's happening on college campuses, I think about the people that are actually attending those college campuses. I remember when the dinosaurs roamed the earth when I was in college, screaming about an appointee that was part of the education, who's the Secretary of Education, who was coming to my college. They didn't want to hear what he had to say. And we did what we did at that time. I mean, I didn't protest, but people did, okay? So every generation does this, and I'm not making excuses, but I'm just putting us, there's a breath we have to take with this. Okay, so now I'm president of Farah Pandith College. There are a couple of things 10 years ago that every college president should have instilled. I mean, they are digital natives. Why is there no requirement for digital literacy? I do not get it. If you're teaching, to Professor Brooks's point, analytically, you're there to learn. Learning means when you read a book, close reading it. What are the words there? What does it mean? Where does it come from? You don't get it. You look it up. You forced yourself to ask analytical. That's why you're in higher ed. We are not asking children, and we're not asking young people to do that. So everything that they absorb, to your mom's point, I'm sure your mom's wonderful, but to your mom's point, like, you're just absorbing it. So 1, digital literacy. 2, I want to go on the softest end of everything. I am not singing some kumbaya little song with rainbows and unicorns. But I mean, can we be nice to each other, please? I would invest in how we treat each other. I would invest in how to disagree well. The art of diplomacy is learning how to listen. And I have listened to a lot of people I do not like and cannot handle what they are saying. But I know, because of the way I was brought up, how to be civil and how to respond to them. So the tools that you'd be teaching are basic things that you would think that should be on a college campus, because then when there is a crisis, you know how to understand. It so happens, and it's weird that you're asking me this, because my own experience in fighting hate and extremism started because of something that happened on my college campus in 1989. where they burned a cross at Amherst College. Down the street at Smith College, where I went, they put vile notes on the door of women of color. And we had eruptions. You will remember between 1988 and 89 what was happening in America, that the financial aid whole thing had changed. They blamed Black Americans for that. They said that somehow they weren't qualified to come to school. I lived through this. I watched what happened on college campuses, my college campus especially, and as student body president, had to bring the whole school together to understand who we were. So what I would do as president, I would remind us of the basic values of human-to-human interaction. I would talk about the skills that are needed and build them into the curriculum. And finally, and this is the final point, there is a need in our country, with respect, to understand the world in a way that is bigger than the local block that you live on. And we have to find a way to be able to do that with respect.
Professor, what would you could be running Harvard at some point. So what's your reaction to the to Farah's point and John's point as far as what could be done on college campuses?
Sure. So let me note here, because of my students, I am an unrepentant optimist on this point, which is to say, notwithstanding the many things that were reported in the press that are not commendable that happened at Harvard, there were a great many things that are underreported in the press that I think are illustrative and a sterling example of what could happen on Harvard on campuses across the country. So if I were president of a university, learning from my students, I think about these kinds of things. I think about not merely a canon of knowledge, right? We've talked about that in earlier panels. Having students have a shared set of facts, shared history, an understanding of the undergirding values of our country. That's important. But what is also important is creating a deep sense of community so that students can appreciate new facts, new knowledge, new histories. So in other words, you have to intentionally put students together so that they're able to learn, so that they're able to appreciate differences of opinion and perspective. How do I know that? When after October 7th and all that happened at Harvard, I had a group of students create an initiative, We Agree to Eat, which is to say they gathered folks from different camps, as it were, around the meal to talk about the things we agree on, to talk about the things that we hold in common as a predicate for deeper conversations, more contentious conversations. At the Harvard Kennedy School, I teach classes on social justice advocacy, where we talk about protests, we talk about demonstrations, we talk about speech, we talk about very contentious issues. One of the things I have found is you can't solve this kind of problem by simply adding more knowledge, right? Or even deepening history. It's like building a community on the campus very, very intentionally. Two, having students not merely learn together, but to the extent possible, have them learn and work together. So in other words, shared projects, field trips. When we have students go to Birmingham, Alabama, or Selma, Alabama, on civil rights tours, we have students from across the political spectrum who come back in a very different headspace. Number three, I think it's incredibly important for professors and students to model intellectual and moral humility, right? So in other words, when it comes to Gaza and Israel, I had students say to me, well, you know, I know people think that everybody has an opinion on this, but I simply want to know more about the topic. I want my professors to teach me because we're debating and some of us are not entirely sure on the facts, right? So creating the space where students can ask innocent questions, can ask questions that go to their intellectual and moral curiosity. Last point here, and this is a point that goes to a point that Farah made earlier, which is to say, students come to a college campus at a particular point in their at a particular point of development as moral beings. So in other words, when you hear students engage in speech that you don't find commendable, that's perhaps ill-informed or irresponsible, understand that they are moral beings attempting to learn more. Some of us, everyone in this room is undoubtedly younger than I am, and probably you were more responsible in your youth. But when I was a student, there's some things that I did then that I protested for or against that I might think about differently today, right? I try to extend grace, humility to my students. And what I found is students are more likely to change and expand their worldviews based upon the degree to which we interact with them with humility and resist the temptation to engage in this kind of generational patronizing behavior. And if you don't believe me, talk to your own children. You will find, generally speaking, talking down to them is not entirely persuasive.
So I want to open it up for questions. We don't have too much time left. Yes, right here in the front.
Thank you. It's a wonderful panel, a great way to end the day. One comment and two quick questions. Ms. Pandith, regarding your comment about civility, Governor Cox of Utah has a campaign. It hasn't gotten a lot of traction. Debate better. So being more civil. We'll see how that unfolds. But to the whole panel, the Japanese have a saying, the nail that stands up is soon hit down. Earlier today, Senator Cruz said members of his own party are afraid to speak up against certain people. And he mentioned Tucker Carlson. So how do you advise people who are not in a position like a senator or Republican or Democrat to speak up? And second, from the academic perspective, we hear what went wrong at Columbia, at Harvard, etc. I haven't heard people say what went right at, I don't know, Clemson or University of South Dakota. Why aren't we talking about universities that have, I'm not saying did it right, but did it better?
Who wants to go first?
I'll respond. I think it has a lot to do with the media attention span, right? So in other words, when something happens at Harvard, people are much more likely to pay attention to it. It's easier in terms of clicks and views. But the reality is there are a number of civility initiatives around the country. There are a number of college campuses around the country that have done such a great job of building intellectual and moral humility. They've not had the eruptions, right? And when I was president and CEO of the NAACP, what I found was the college presidents who had the names and cell phone numbers of students in their cell phone, those were the campuses that didn't make the news, right? Because they were able to head off some of these challenges before they became challenges and before they became viral headlines. Last point here, and this is something I think is just incredibly important to raise, which is to say, on our college campuses, we're having conversations about democracy and conversations about anti-Semitism as separate conversations. I think it's important for us to appreciate, historically speaking, that the anti-Semitism and anti-racism and anti-hate conversations are the democracy conversation. How so? Our only experience in this country with autocracy is regional and racial in terms of the Deep South and Jim Crow. That's where we've seen true autocracy in this country. And when we think about the legal architects of Nazi Germany and the fact that they studied the Jim Crow laws, according to James Whitman at Yale, to study the Jim Crow laws of the United States in order to perfect their racial autocracy. I'm simply saying, historically speaking, the autocracy conversation, the democracy conversation in our country is a conversation about racism, anti-Semitism, and other forms of hate. And every time we allow people to have these conversations separately, balkanized, siloed, we do a disservice to both questions and imperil ourselves and imperil our college campuses.
John, Farah?
I would just on the Ted Cruz point around Carlson and Nick Fuentes and all. I think look, left and right. I think we need to bring back shame, right? Like I think someone in the last panel mentioned David Duke, and it was notable that an unrepentant white supremacist was in Congress. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about Jewish space lasers. You have any number of individuals in this administration and previous ones that have a track record of anti-Semitic statements, of Islamophobic statements. Sitting congresspeople who are using language that, if you sent it back to 2016, the early years of Twitter, that would have consequences. There would be either reputational or other consequences, but at least there was a sense of shame that actions have consequences, that things matter. And I think that left and right, I think we have, as a society, become far too comfortable with embracing and ignoring the more gross elements of some of these fringes that we may agree with in part, disagree with in other part. I think a lot of this stuff requires bravery, requires political will to call out people that are in your own party or in the opposite party that you may be friendly with, you may agree with, but I think as we've learned today, right, like, anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of hatred. It is the glue. And I think that if we allow a little bit of it to seep in, we've seen the consequences. And so, I think it definitely requires a lot of bravery. Yeah.
John is being far more diplomatic than I am going to be. A couple of things. The first is we are adults, are we not? I cannot, for the life of me, understand how we can be having a conversation about you as an adult, not you, but one as an adult having to be brave and having to be courageous. That's what you say to your teenagers, okay? Something has happened in America that we are sliding backward in this sort of juvenile moment where everybody is needing likes, needing attention, afraid to say what's right and wrong. The sun is shining, but you can't say the sun is shining. Oh my God, if we say the wrong, it's beyond me how we have come to this place. But this is where we are. So on the question of what needs to be done, it requires all of us to get a grip. Not to go back to a place where the country is never going to be what it used to be, sorry. But what's the country we want? And how do we want to build that way? I want to go back to what Professor Brooks said about community. We are a community. We're a community here. We're a community in all of our different ways. We are a community. And I think that there's power in numbers. There are more of us than there are of them. What I have seen in the work that I have done over the course of the last couple of decades and trying to build resilience, it is that exact thing that has made the change. It is being able to be truthful about what we see, that calling out somebody because they're sick and they have a turban on their head is equally awful and unacceptable as it is for whatever other kind of hate. So these norms have to go back to a place of courage, of course, and morality, of course, but it's going to take some serious a reckoning within ourselves, not America, I mean each one of us, what we're willing to do and what we're willing to say.
Right here.
So Farah, before when you were talking about that we're in a more dangerous threat environment after 9/11, you said part of it is that we think it's okay that anti-Semitism and hate are increasing. And I want to first ask who the we is. And related to that, we know from Deborah Lipstadt, others, historians, that anti-Semitism, and I think in this moment right now, anti-Semitism can't just be a Jewish problem, right? It is a societal problem. It is an American problem. It is a global problem. However, the only ones who seem to be fighting anti-Semitism, right, are Jews in many ways, in that the allies that had been there in the past are frankly not there every day Jews are getting isolated from different parts of civil society. And so we, right, if it doesn't include Jews, or maybe it's just Jews, right? Like, how does that work in trying to make sure that right now Jews feel very isolated? And how are others helping to bring up this conversation so that we can stop, right, the trend?
You asked a lot of questions within your question, and I'm going to answer briefly. I'm happy to speak to you after. When October 7th happened, I was working at ADL. I worked at ADL for 2.5 years during a really complex time. I know exactly what you're talking about in terms of allyship. As a non-Jew, it breaks my heart that I am sitting here telling you in 2026 we're in the situation we're in. It really is horrendous. However, the repair that has to happen is not a question like, how do we repair? We must repair. And that goes to what Professor Brooks was saying about finding ways to find common ground. And you cannot start with Gaza. You cannot start with, you cannot start with the hardest problem on planet Earth. You need to start with, can we share a meal together? Can we have a discussion together? Can we put people around the table who don't look like us, think like us, pray like us, or love like us? Can we begin at the basics? And so for me, when I say we have become, the we is all of us. I will tell you, what I said in my opening remarks about it's a contest about which hate is worse. That shouldn't even be, I can't believe I have to even say that, but you know it's true, you're nodding. And so the we is all of us, that one must say that it is, when you look at what's happening to any kind of minority in America, or anything that is happening that's unjust, that we have enough of us together that can say that cannot stand. There are incidents all over our country where you see Muslims standing up and protecting synagogues. We've seen that. We've seen the reverse, where Jews stand in front of mosques. And thankfully, we still have that kind of thing that's happening. But to your point, it's not reported enough. I'm not sure that that is the only thing that isn't enough. But the moment that we're in requires all of us, and that's what I just really want to go back to. I think that if we expect anti-Semitism, how do I want to say this? If we expect us to turn a switch and suddenly everybody's going to come to the table to fight anti-Semitism, I think that's the wrong way to look at it, as much as I would like that to happen. I think we have to say, what are the things that we need to do to build a larger movement of Jews and non-Jews who are going to work together on all kinds of hate?
May I respond to your question? Having led an organization that was founded by blacks and Jews, I've heard variations of this question often. Where are Jewish people when black people go through what they go through? Jewish people are asking, where are black people when we're catching hell? One of the things that's, I think, incredibly dangerous is when we assume that no one's with us but us. So when I think about the folks who, at Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, who flew to, I believe, Poway, to stand in solidarity with Jewish folks who are subject to vicious hate, violent hate in their house of worship. There are examples of like that around the country. I think we need not assume after October 7th, some black folks not knowing what to do. And what I mean by that is, how do I stand with Jewish people relative to anti-Semitism, or in this moment of horror and terrorism in the context of this big geopolitical question? So in other words, is it lack of knowledge or is it lack of courage? And sometimes where to find that line, I think is difficult. And so the point I want to make here is there are many people around the country who see what's happening. They know what's happening. And they want to stand with Jewish people, not because, anti-Semitism looks like racism. They want to stand with Jewish people because of the Jewish values that they read about in Sunday school and in church. Like, it's wrong to hate people. It's wrong to persecute other people. It's immoral. And so I just would appeal to you, appeal to all of us to not think that we have been abandoned by everybody else, even though there may be empirical evidence to suggest otherwise, right? But I'd like that not to be the case.
Okay, very quickly, we are at time, but I'm going to, the young lady was very patient to ask her question, and then, but any answer needs to be
Okay, I'm going to do
brief.
my very brief version of it. Thank you all for your comments. I think we can all agree in this room, extremism and hate in all forms shouldn't be tolerated. But I am going to go back and push a little on some of the comments on the 9/11, October 7th correlations that had been made. I think the difference being after 9/11, we did see the world rally against terrorism in a really big way across the aisle. Of course, there came with a level of completely ignorant Islamophobia as well. After October 7th, we didn't see the world rally against terrorism. We saw the world grow more anti-Semitic. And that was after Hamas, a designated terrorist organization, attacked Israel, the Jewish state. So we didn't see the world rally against the terrorists. We saw the world start to rally against anti-Semitism. What do you make of that as the experts in the room? Thank you.
I would just very quickly say that I think, as Farah said earlier, it is emblematic of the state of anti-Semitism at that point, right? This did not happen in a vacuum. We did not wake up on October 8th and realize that, oh, wow, anti-Semitism is really bad today. I think that it was the breaking point or the fracturing point for a lot of what was holding back anti-Semitism, and I think that what we saw were those floodgates opening, and I think, but really under the surface, what has been there for years, as we were talking about earlier, is just this casual acceptance of anti-Semitism. I think it really did infiltrate our everyday lives in a way that did prime a lot of people to be able to flip that switch from maybe quietly holding a couple of anti-Semitic views to all of a sudden feeling comfortable, feeling emboldened, right? Because they're going on social media, they're out on the streets, wherever they are, and they're seeing people using increasingly anti-Semitic language, embracing a lot of these tropes that we've talked about here today. So yeah, I would say more than anything, it is emblematic of the conditions that we were in before October 7th. I think that did act as a fuse to sort of set a lot of this alight.
So we are over time, and I had promised that we would be on time, but I do want to thank our panelists, and I want to personally thank you. This was a great conversation, and appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage for closing remarks, Dr. Brian Hughes.
Thank you. I want to thank you all once again for being in this room today, and I want to thank everyone for still being in this room. I think that with so many conversations bringing us back to the evils of social media and digital media in general, your attention spans are really cause for hope. So the people who have been here today, the lawmakers, the leaders of civil society, scholars, attorneys, ambassadors, and other officials do not usually convene together. Some of us work in institutions, some of you work in institutions that are, if we're honest, in genuine tension over substantive and important matters of policy and conviction. And it's very easy to convene when there is broad consensus. But if I can quote William F. Buckley, all responsible people, and even most irresponsible ones, agree that anti-Semitism is a bad thing and should be beaten down every time it rears its head. I believe that everyone in this room today is among those responsible foes of anti-Semitism, or at the very least, I hope, the right kind of irresponsible. Distortion is a particularly insidious force for the way that it tries to make anti-Semitism seem reasonable. Distortion would have us believe that the mere presence of Jews in public life points to a conspiracy of Jewish control, and that therefore anti-Semitism is a legitimate response. Distortion would paint the founding of the State of Israel as a colonial land grab, and therefore attempt to justify the destruction of the world's only Jewish state. Distortion would have it that the Holocaust itself is not evidence of anti-Semitism's singular evil, but somehow a case of special pleading. The list goes on from across the political spectrum. Anti-Semitism does not respect party affiliations, nor does it confine itself to one ideological tradition or another. On that, we ought to agree, and I think today's proceedings have demonstrated that. President Kim and Dr. Williams began the day by pointing out that anti-Semitism is not even an exclusively Jewish problem. Its worst consequences redound on all of us. Ambassador Hanesfeld pointed out that data shows an emerging parity in the patterns of anti-Semitic violence on both the left and the right. And all of our panels warned us that that data is indeed relevant. There is an emerging parity across the political spectrum. America has always been at its best when we set aside our daily business to fight a common foe. And anti-Semitism is one of the chief foes to everything Americans should hold dear: to liberty, the freedom of the individual to forge a life on the merits of their character and effort; to freedom of religion and of speech, that is, the right to express the most fundamental qualities of one's being; to cast off the bigotries of the old world and live in community free of fear from tyranny or the mob. Our country was founded in the faith that it is not just possible to live these values, but it is our destiny. And for that reason alone, we must reject the pessimism and the defeatism that says anti-Semitism can only grow worse from here. That is, I submit to you, a distortion of its own. When anti-Semitism has reared its head before, we have beaten it down, and we will again. Here at the USC Shoah Foundation Countering Anti-Semitism Lab, we see this proven in black and white every single day. So to the researchers here, let's share our findings early, and let's share them across silos. The field of anti-Semitism research is still too siloed. Historians talking to historians, social psychologists publishing in social psychology journals, and organizations treating actionable solutions as if they were trade secrets. The problems we are trying to solve do not respect those boundaries, and neither should our solutions. To the attorneys and policymakers, please, build the legal and policy infrastructure now, not as a response to the next crisis. We've seen too many institutions scrambling to understand their obligations only after an incident has already metastasized. The time to develop training, protocols, and institutional muscle memory is now. To our lawmakers, the legislative record on anti-Semitism is incomplete, and unfortunately, at times, it is inconsistent. We have federal civil rights law that was written before social media existed. We have state-level definitions of anti-Semitism that vary widely, preventing necessary coordination. We have funding mechanisms for security and education that are chronically undersubscribed, poorly publicized, and subject to politicization. Successful responses to these issues do not require consensus on the most contested questions: on campus speech, on the Middle East, on where civil rights laws should and shouldn't reach. What it requires is the unglamorous work of legislative and policy maintenance, updating, aligning, adequately resourcing the tools that already exist. The Countering Anti-Semitism Laboratory here at the USC Shoah Foundation is very proud to play its part in providing objective evidence that can support those and other needs. In an age of distortion, it is facts, not feelings, not opinions, and not ideology that are our greatest asset for achieving clarity. But clarity is useless if we do not have the ability to do something with it. And for that, we need more of what we have witnessed in this room today. Bipartisan and nonpartisan collaboration, grounded in facts and serving the values of that the country stands for. That is the strategy that will counter anti-Semitism effectively. I describe these things even as we have witnessed them in action since we began our proceedings so many, many hours ago. The USC Shoah Foundation was built on a single, stubbornly powerful premise: that testimony is an act of resistance against distortion, that the act of bearing witness, and maybe more importantly, of being witnessed, is itself a form of justice. So please, use your own witness of what has transpired today as an object lesson in what is possible. When people scoff at the idea that the other side can be a good faith partner in fighting anti-Semitism, tell them, we know we can do this work together because we have witnessed it firsthand. Thank you.